One and two and don't mind me, y'all. I'm just listening to Bryson DeChambeau put his foot up his own ass.
Potentially grow the game and give people a new viewpoint and fresh perspective on the game of golf. And I think that's what you're seeing here now is that it's finally coming to a place where
because of this, that is why it has earned so much criticism, including from the families of 9/11 victims. And the group put out a statement today saying, quote, the PGA and Monahan, referring to the commissioner, are paid salvation. How do you respond to that?
Well, I think we'll never be able to repay the families back for what exactly happened just over 20 years ago. And what happened is definitely horrible. And I think as time has gone on, 20 years has passed, and we're in a place now where it's time to start trying to work together to make things better together as a whole. I have deep sympathy. I don't know exactly. Well, Caitlin, thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
Oh, man. Holy crap.
Jeez.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We a number one spot. We a number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Come on in, man, and hang out for a little while. We welcome you in here to the Wednesday, June 7th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me.
He is Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
We're so happy that you're here with us on the Odyssey app on 1320 AM, 98.5 FM, HD2 for those with HD radios or those with electric vehicles. We appreciate you so much for being with us. We welcome those that are watching us on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. Going to be a fun day today. Our man James Ham going to be with us in the final hour of the show, as he is every single Monday, Wednesday, and Friday here on D-Lo and KC. And then it's hashtag Bryant West season.
Hey.
With the draft just about 3 weeks away, 22 days, I believe, to be exact. Bryant West will join us to talk about the Kings roster as it stands now. What do you think it needs to look like in the upcoming season? And of course, we'll get Brian's thoughts on draft picks. And I think you guys might have some mutual interests headed into this upcoming draft.
Brian's a smart guy. You know, he knows his basketball. He knows his prospects. So yeah, I'm not surprised.
You know who really knows basketball too is the Ringer. I always really rely on the Ringer's draft prospects and their breakdown of individual players and why they think why they fit with certain teams. You'll never guess who they have at 24.
Oh, jeez. Yeah.
And you'll never guess why. We'll get into that as the show rolls along. Topics I think we'll avoid is Bryson DeChambeau's CNN appearance.
This guy. Wow.
Boy,
wow.
There are takes, and then there's that one.
I've never heard that one before.
That's new. Hey, in a world where originality is scarce, Bryson DeChambeau said, I've got an original take for you. And boy, these guys are really falling over themselves regarding this Saudi Live PGA, whatever the DP World Tour is. They're really falling over themselves to make this seem like a good thing for the game of golf.
Yeah,
it was the worst thing that ever happened just like 3 months ago.
Right, and that's the whole thing. You know, I was listening to some stuff about it yesterday. And I think what makes this so bad right now is because the PGA was so loud against it before.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
If they would have really not said anything, and then a year later they decide to merge, sure, there'll be detractors for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think it would be as big of a situation as it is right now. it's all because of how they, took that moral high ground and had that, stance with their nose in the air about everything. Like they were so much better than everybody else. And now 12 to 18 months later, here you are in business with them.
It's a beautiful move to grow the game of golf.
Come on, man.
Wait, word? Huh.
Mm.
Okay.
And the funny thing is, one of the things I heard was I don't know the name exactly or the names exactly, but the person who was in charge of Live, I was just telling Jesse, like the theory is they just got what they wanted. Like they never wanted to compete with the PGA. They weren't going to be here 100 years, and the Live Tour was going to live. He just wanted to get in the game, and he started this up, got in the game, and essentially forced these guys to to merge with them. And that's all he ever really wanted. Like if they would have came to him with the merger idea 6 months in, he would have been like, sure, let's do it. But essentially, he ended up getting what he wanted.
It's the old Scarface line. First you get the money, then you get the power, then you get the respect.
Yeah.
The
Kim
respect,
taught me that first.
Little
Kim.
Well, that's fine. It was from a movie like 20 years before Kim said it.
She didn't.
But
I'm just saying that's the first time I heard it. Kim said it.
I got you. They had the money all along.
Mm-hmm.
They were able to establish power by paying these guys millions and millions of dollars. And it might not be respect, but they ultimately got what they wanted. And that's what it boils down to. That Scarface or Locks and Lil Kim line is still very accurate. Game 3 of the NBA Finals is tonight on ESPN 1320. I ask you something. I was listening to ESPN Daily Podcast today on Jimmy Butler. It was talking about the kind of the origins.
That's your bag. The Daily Podcast.
It's like really good.
That's like it really is really good. That's like your Bill Simmons for me. Like I listen to Bill Simmons.
Yeah, it's easy too.
Yeah,
it's 30 minutes. It's a quick listen. It's a single story, and if it's a story I'm interested in,
a good idea and a good podcast.
Yeah, it's great. It's great with very reputable reporters, and they were talking about kind of the origins of Jimmy Buckets and how it started in college, and they tell the story of the birth of Jimmy Buckets. They talk about the kind of unique character that Jimmy is. He's a big fan of Miley Cyrus, but what's her name? The Hannah Montana.
Oh.
He's a big fan of Hannah. Like he had a Hannah Montana backpack, and like his teammates would come in and he'd be watching Hannah Montana. Like it tells like the kind of, we already know Jimmy's like a unique guy. You look at his the Anheuser-Busch commercial that he has. I think he's singing. Yeah, I think that's Anheuser-Busch. He's singing.
I don't know beers.
Well, I know it because they paid us well during the playoffs.
I know Michelob. I know.
Is he singing Hootie and the Blowfish? Isn't that only want to be with you? Isn't that Hootie and the Blowfish? And it's like whenever like everyone who has talked about that commercial in terms of players, teammates, dude, that's Jimmy.
Mm-hmm.
That's just Jimmy. They put a beer in his hand and gave him some money for it. Like that's Jimmy Butler. And Jimmy's one of those guys, when you hear about Jimmy Butler, you hear, the Chicago Bulls, Tom Thibodeau, you hear about the practice with Minnesota. Everybody remembers him, hanging over the scoreboard in the bubble during the finals. And you look at this run and it's like, has this postseason run done anything to cement who Jimmy Butler is as a player, cement Jimmy Butler's legacy? Legacy is a strong word, but has this postseason run done anything to change the way people think about Jimmy Butler, or maybe to solidify the way people think about Jimmy Butler? Is this a big postseason, or is it just, it's kind of in the moment? It's what happens.
I mean, I off the top of my head, I think this is something that cements who he is, his legacy, so to speak. I mean, Jimmy can never get to another conference finals again, but we're going to always remember Jimmy Butler. We're always going to remember these last 3 years of Jimmy Butler, 3-4 years of Jimmy Butler, where it was
two finals appearances.
Two finals appearances. He's got 3 conference finals appearances. And this is we talked about earlier, I don't know if he's ever going to be, considered one of the best players in the game. If they had the top 75 right now, I don't know if he'd be top 75. When they come out with top 100, I don't know if he's going to be top 100. But he's got the BMF title. He's got that. And everybody respects Jimmy Butler for who he is. Even if somebody says, man, he's not, the best player or something like that, they always make sure to follow it up with respect because he's earned and he's garnered that level of respect from anybody that watches the league, watches the game. And he's a figure that I talked about it earlier. I think when they beat Milwaukee maybe or something like that. And I was like, we're going to be the old grandpas and uncles when, Reese's kids are like, let me, Jack Smith, he can really go. Man,
Jack Smith, a hooper.
He is a hooper. He can go. He can't go to the left, but he can go. But like, man, y'all don't know, man. He reminds me of Jimmy Butler. Who's Jimmy Butler? Y'all don't know about Jimmy Butler. Y'all don't know about. Let me tell you about Jimmy. They look up they go to the sky and look up his old basketball reference. It's gonna say he averaged like 18 points a game for his career.
That thing's gonna happen before Reese has kids.
They're gonna say he averages 18 points a game for his career. Like, Grandpa, you only average 18 points. Nah, y'all just don't know. Y'all don't know, man. Y'all see you youngsters.
Jimmy Butler gonna be like Jimmy Butler gonna be like Escalade. What y'all know about Escalade? That's gonna be Jimmy Butler.
Y'all don't know. Y'all had to be there, man, because Jimmy was a beast.
Yeah, he is.
I think that's how he's gonna go down. Like we don't need to say that about Giannis. Giannis is gonna own records.
Yeah, he'll have accolades. But Jimmy's not gonna have that. Yeah, Jimmy's not gonna have that.
That's why we're gonna have to tell the story. Of Jimmy Butler.
This team is truly like you've heard Gabe Vincent say it. Jimmy, it's some variation of it. Man, Eric Spoelstra said it. We truly don't care what D'Lo and KC think, what Stephen A. Smith said. We don't care what any of you think. We have a goal. Our goal is to win the championship. We're only thinking about winning 3 more games. That's our sole focus. And you hear that. Like, those aren't revolutionary sound bites in a playoff series or an NBA finals. There's the great Kobe clip. Like, can you smile? Like, smile for what? Job's not done. Like with Kobe, like you believed it. Yeah. Kobe was not thinking about winning a championship. Kobe was thinking about winning whatever was next. And if it was the 4th game, then he'd smile about winning a championship. This Heat team, I truly believe, has tuned out all of the noise. They hear nothing. And what they do hear, they don't care about. Right. They absolutely don't care about. Again, there's sound bites to which it's like, yes, you do. You there's enough that you say enough for us to believe. You hear it and it bothers you. This Heat team is unfazed. They're unfazed by what everyone thinks. They're unfazed by what everyone says. And most of all, and I really do believe this, they're unfazed by the Denver Nuggets. They believe no matter what Denver does, they can come up with a game plan to beat them.
Yeah, I agree. It's been impressive in the entire postseason to see what Miami has done. Like I said, this is probably the most impressive, remarkable, improbable playoff run I've ever seen. That includes that 95 Rockets team. This has been amazing to watch. And, it didn't come from hate. I don't hate Miami, but I was like, I don't really feel like watching them. They're kind of boring. Get them out early. And, man, I was wrong. You want to talk about the definition, a picture next to the quote, tougher than a $2 steak. It's the Miami Heat. Yeah, those guys are tough.
That's facts. Coverage of Game 3 of the NBA Finals tonight here on ESPN 1320, beginning at 4:30. Beginning at 4:30, says super producer Jesse. We'll come back. Dame Lillard was on a podcast last night, and it was a very quotable podcast, but I'm not sure he actually said anything. It's all open for interpretation, I guess. I have my own interpretations. And, dude, I'm going to break a rule. I'm going to play a clip from Stephen A. Smith. This type of stuff has to stop.
Oh, boy.
It's so overly dramatic. You'll hear what we're talking about.
I think I know what you're talking about.
Stilo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Yeah, that's the word, right? Like that's the word. Yeah, that's the word. Yeah.
Wait, who said that?
Dame said we have the assets to
They did.
what be better, be competitive, build a contender. That's what he said. Yeah, we have the assets to build a contender. Hey, shout out Nick Bryan on Facebook. Appreciate you, bro.
Hey.
Facebook representing. Okay, all right. Let's do it then. Let's do it. So is this messy news like a really big deal? It's popped up on my phone like 20 times.
Yeah, it's messy.
Okay.
He's
I
him.
see what you did.
He is him. You guys don't mind me. Just handling a little business. Mind your business. That's all. Mind your business.
Back up. Where is ESPN 1320? There's Ken Caraway. Hey, that's me. Where is ESPN? Kicking it with KC. Look at man. Look at those shoes. Come on, man. There's ESPN. ESPN's, not to just shit all over ESPN to start the show, but that NBA show that they have is really bad. The one that's during the finals with Greeny and
their countdown.
Yeah, it is not good at all. It really, really is.
No disrespect to him, but that's the killer.
It really is.
That's the killer right there.
That's our lead-in right there, too.
Oh, man, I love you. Of course, you love Jimmy Butler since the Chicago Bulls days. Coach Molly. Rob H says Dame equals Mr. Regular Season. That's a take two. Wow. Okay, Bryson to Rob H.
Yeah, that's a little.
Wow.
Tyler said he's going to start next season.
Ramsey, if the Heat win the championship, Leezy gets all the minutes he wants. He will have earned it. He gets all the minutes. All the minutes. Sometimes I wonder if Green is a sports guy. Sometimes I just think he's a really good host.
I feel like the hot take people got to him at that company.
They get to everybody. Yeah, that's our bosses, by the way. Ain't that what they always say? Somebody calls in, that's your station, your bosses.
Your colleague, Stephen A. Smith. Man, R.I.P. Sheiky baby. Iron Sheik passed away today. USA to it.
With the most iconic boots.
Most iconic
in
boots.
Wrestling history.
Yeah.
Is there a story behind those boots?
Yes, there is. He said like some foreign leader gave them to him. Like I can't remember, like that he didn't really, but like that was like the story. And then if you remember, he used to like tap the toe of the foot,
Mhm.
because it's a loaded boot. Sheik's got a loaded boot, and he tapped the he tapped the toe of it against the mat to load the boot up, and then he'd lay into whoever his opponent. Arguably the most important transition champion in professional wrestling history.
He was Backlund. He was in between Backlund and Hogan.
Yeah,
right?
he beat Backlund the night after Christmas at Madison Square Garden, ending a 4 or 5 year run for Bob Backlund, and then lost in January, less than a month later, to Hulk Hogan.
Our buddy Mark Jones tweeted out today. He said, "I always thought Backlund was a paper champ."
Mark Jones tweeted that?
Yeah. He had a couple of tweets about the Iron Sheik.
A paper champion, Bob Backlund. Bob
That
Backlund.
cracks me up. Paper champ.
Bob
Backlund is like the weakest champion in the history of the WWE.
Well, he just is very different, because like you had like Backlund had like a 4-year run. Like Bruno was a giant dude, right? Like Superstar Billy Graham was a giant dude. Bob Backlund, like when you see him in person, because I ran into him at Whole Foods in Glastonbury, Connecticut. He's a big dude.
It doesn't look like it.
No, he is. He's a big, but he's not tall, but he's a big,
Stocky
athletically built dude.
Yeah.
But he didn't look like Superstar Billy Graham looked.
No.
He didn't look like Bruno looked. He didn't look like Hulk Hogan looked. And he was like a wrestler. That was his whole gimmick. He was a wrestler.
At Mark Jones, ESPN. I always thought Bob Backlund was a paper champion. Laughing emoji. He should have lost that steel cage match to Jimmy Superfly Snuka. Backlund was, quote, Richie Cunningham square. Zero flavor.
I don't.
I
Can
was
we-
relieved, glad when the Iron Sheik defeated Backlund.
Hold on. Oh, Mark's about to send me into a fit. Hold up, Bob.
I'm gonna call Mark right now. Be like, hey, we need you to talk about
Yeah,
Bob right now.
hold on. Bob Backlund, Jimmy Snuka cage match? I don't think I've seen this.
Was
There it is.
look at the historian Mark
There
Jones.
it is. Oh, can you handle the show? I remember. Does he do the splash on him here?
Is that
'Cause I
that's
know-
what I thought?
No, he did that. He did the one we see the most is the splash on Morocco. But I know he did it twice. He did it and Backlund moved.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so Superfly jumps off, Backlund moves and escapes out the cage. What? Text Mark Jones and say that is extraordinary. That is extraordinary knowledge right there from our man Mark Jones. May 19th, 1982.
It's called him a paper champion.
Oh, I'm about to fall into a rabbit hole of Bob Backlund matches. The Bob Backlund match. Okay, this isn't about Bob Backlund. It's about Iron Sheik.
Iron Sheik. A lot of people loved Iron Sheik in his post
So
wrestling career.
I'm alone in this, and I hated it. I absolutely hated it.
I didn't like it either. I didn't find it entertaining. I shouldn't say I didn't like it. I just didn't find it as entertaining as everybody else.
Well, I hated it because like it wasn't him.
Mm.
And it was kind of, I don't want to say it was an open secret. It wasn't a secret. It was just openly like, yeah, it's not. Someone's running the account for him.
Mhm.
But he's saying things that like, I make Hulk Hogan humble. You're like, okay, that's probably something Iron Sheik would say.
Mhm.
And he tried to make himself, they tried to make him like this beloved character. I just didn't like it because I knew that wasn't him.
Mm.
And it was like a character running the account. But it did make Iron Sheik relevant for a very, very long time. So if something good came out of that, then so be it. But Iron Sheik passed away today at 81. Certainly has an interesting place in history because he'll always be the opponent that lost to Hulk Hogan in the unofficial birth of Hulkamania.
That wasn't no, wait. He didn't fight Iron Sheik at WrestleMania 1, did he?
No, he fought it was Hogan and
in
Mr.
the
T.
The Mr. T.
It was
That's
Hogan
right.
and Mr. T
Against
with
Roddy
Superfly
Piper
in the
and-
corner. Yeah, Cowboy Bob Orton.
Yeah.
Randy's dad. And who was in their corner? No. It was Bob Orton was in the corner. Oh, it was Mr. Wonderful.
Mr. Wonderful.
It was
Paul
Roddy
Orndorff.
Piper and Mr. Wonderful, and then they
Mr.
turned
Wonderful.
Mr. Wonderful babyface at the end of the match because
that didn't last long.
it didn't. It didn't last long at all.
He was never a baby face in my
he clotheslined Hulk Hogan like 6 months later.
I know.
Just he lifts up his arm and then hits him with the clothesline.
Because you said that, I was like, I don't never remember Mr. Wonderful being a baby.
Yeah,
face.
he turned. They tried to turn Mr. Wonderful babyface. Mr. Wonderful's like looked exactly the same for like 20 years.
Yeah.
There are guys. It's just like we were talking about Roger Craig on Monday. Like Roger Craig looked like a 70-year-old man from like 48 to probably 70.
Yeah.
And yeah.
The one thing
that's
I
the way
remember
Mr.
about
Wonderful was.
the WrestleMania. Well, one of the things I remember about WrestleMania is the babyface Andre the Giant. That was like the only time I
Babyface
know
Andre. Yeah.
Obviously, like you look back and you see before I was born, he was baby. But that's the only time in my lifetime I remember babyface Andre against Big John Studd.
Yeah, in the $10,000 body slam challenge, and Andre gets the money and he's throwing it out, and then Bobby the Weasel Heenan comes in and snatches the bag away. Oh, those are good. Those are good memories.
I text Mark Jones and told him, we're loving the knowledge right there. I said you stumped Damian on the Jimmy Snuka Bob Backlund match. He said, who?
Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, that's right. That's right. You have to send him a picture. This guy. Is that the one who's always hanging around you at the games?
That's probably my the funniest untrue bit we have here.
I don't think it's cute that you think it's untrue.
It's untrue. He definitely knows who Damian Marling is.
I can't believe I'm so angry that I had to look up Snuka and Backlund. Because that's heel Snuka.
So Backlund was a babyface.
Backlund was definitely a babyface. Yeah, Backlund was definitely a babyface.
I know the history of Bob Backlund.
Yeah.
But I know Bob Backlund as I Quit Match 94 Survivor Series.
And you know who the star of that match was?
Owen
Hart.
The parents too.
Oh yeah. It's my brother. It's my brother. Oh God, that was so good.
When the parents couldn't take it anymore. Though,
and Helen grabs the Stu says, no, you can't throw it. And then Helen grabs it and throws it, and it like misses, and it gets caught up in the ring ropes, and then she grabs it again and tosses it in, and Owen's running around, and Bob Backlund was the champion for I think 4 days. Until Diesel got him. And gave him the old Jayson Tatum treatment. Power bombed right there in the middle of Madison Square Garden.
That was some breaking news too when that happened. I said, what? Diesel? Because I was a big Diesel fan. I said, oh snap, Diesel champ! Oh my gosh!
And Diesel had just turned babyface.
Yeah,
just turned baby. I think that night. I think the night of Survivor Series. Him and Sean finally had their breakup, and his first big moment is at the Garden, and was like, well, Diesel's not a very good wrestler, so what do? Kick Bob Backlund in the gut, power bomb him, and get the hell out of here. That's great stuff. Great. And arguably, that's like the worst there. Like Diesel versus Mabel headlined a SummerSlam.
Is that the one where Mabel hurt him?
No, Mabel hurt The Undertaker. I don't know if Mabel hurt Diesel, but Mabel like crushed The Undertaker's face. They made Mabel King of the Ring.
King Mabel.
For those that don't know Mabel, it was Viscera.
King Mabel.
Yeah, well,
shout out Lillian Garcia.
Oh, what was his? He wasn't Sexual Chocolate. What was his name? Didn't they give him a special name when he was wearing the massive silk pajamas to the ring?
Wasn't he? Well,
was it the Love Machine?
It was something other. It was before Viscera.
Was it Big Daddy V?
Big Daddy V. That's what it was.
That is great knowledge.
That's what it was.
And then I don't know if are you familiar with the special move he had on the video game?
No.
Jesse, you know the move?
I don't think I do.
Come on, man. Nah, bro.
What'd he do? What is it? The hip gyration?
Describe it, man.
Oh,
I don't really know. I don't know how to describe it. I'm gonna have to pull it up on YouTube and show you during the break. Because it's like, come on, man. I've never even seen him do this move. Why is this on here? I think it was on one of the wrestling games, like Raw Zone or Warzone, Raw versus SmackDown. Not one of them, but everybody who played those games knows the
I remember
move.
getting Warzone for like PlayStation 1 thinking it was the coolest thing I'd ever seen because they had like the Titantron and the Raw ramp and all of that. And this was like Nation of Domination rock. So his people's elbow was like this exaggerated thing.
No, Warzone was crazy. Warzone was crazy. That was the game.
Oh, goodness gracious. Anyways, RIP to Iron Sheik. An important figure in wrestling for sure.
Yes.
Then he came back. What was his name? It wasn't General Adnan. It was he came back as something in like 1990, 1991. And it's like, yeah, that's Colonel Mustafa.
Oh.
They called him Colonel Mustafa. It's like, what are you talking about? That's Iron Sheik. Why the hell are you calling him Colonel Mustafa? Like, that's Iron Sheik right there. But that's what they did.
Oh, I guess he did do it in real life.
Okay, I think I know what move you're talking about, but I'm going to need to see it. Dame Lillard has a move, and it's going on podcast. And he went on a Showtime podcast, and, well, he talked about his future, sort of. He was asked about the Twitter rumors and remarks about the organizations that are linked to him the most, Brooklyn, Miami, I think the New York Knicks, Brian mentioned. And the question was, out of those, you know, if something were to happen, where could you see yourself play? He mentioned Miami. He mentioned Brooklyn. The reason he mentioned Miami, because he brought up Bam Adebayo. He said, that's my guy. He brought up Brooklyn because Mikal Bridges is his guy. And it wasn't, I think I took this in a way like a lot of other people didn't. It was a scenario presented like, out of these, like, what do you think? He was like, I love Bam. I love Mikal. Like, it's there. All right. There's little fuel there. But the line that I think got most people's attention was a line where he's talking about Portland. And he says, Portland has the assets to be a contender. And what was the follow-up line, Jesse? Do you remember? He said Portland has the assets to be a contender. Now, if we can't be, that's a different
that's a different
discussion.
Yeah,
we'll have that discussion at a different time or something.
How do you interpret that? I think what threw all of us off and leaves the conversation up for a lot of interpretation is he used the word assets. Normally, you only are using the word assets in one. He didn't say teammates. He didn't say players. He said assets.
That's what kind of like gave me the thought of like, yeah, he wants to trade these guys because, like you said, you're not going to call them assets. You're going to be, we got the number 3 pick coming in. We can build something special. We can build a championship contender. If you're calling them assets, you're thinking we can use the 3rd pick, maybe Anthony Simons. He's not going to say their names or whatever.
Right.
Shaden Sharp or whoever. We can use them to bring in a star or something like that.
He's in his Braun bag right now. You know, he's mentioning everybody but Andrew Wiggins in his return.
Well, sort of. He's not mentioning anybody. Right. Andrew,
he don't want to play with none of these people.
Like LeBron literally mentioned the whole roster. LeBron mentioned the equipment guy, but left out Andrew Wiggins, who was the number 1 pick in the draft.
He don't want to play with any of these guys. But
do you know that Andrew Wiggins had to take pictures in not draft day pictures, but like real, like he had to take full on pictures in a Cavs uniform because the trade couldn't be executed until like later. Like it was like a certain period of time that it had to be. So he has full pictures.
They sent him the 1 hour photo
in his Cavs uniform.
Right over there on Franklin and Florin.
Can't imagine how unmotivated the photographer was to do this either. Like, we know what time it is. Just smile and take the pictures. Like, all right, turn to the left, jump, smile. All right,
it's not the exact same, but it's like those draft day, the hat pictures of Vince Carter and Antoine Jameson. So like Warrior fans used to always like be sick because Vince was smiling in his Warriors hat and everything. So always interesting how that plays out.
What did you think of what Dame said? Do you think that was his latest? What was it? I think this is unfair of you, but I'll play along. Was it a LeBron move?
we could.
Did he purposely use the term assets?
I think he did. But I also respect Dame for answering truthfully and honestly.
Mhm.
Right? Like he did an interview. It was a boxing podcast.
Yeah.
Shout out to my guy Brian Custer.
No doubt.
But Brian,
Friend of the show.
Yeah, friend of the show, Brian Custer.
Early friend of the show.
Yeah, this was when
this might be 2 hour D-Lo and KC.
2 hour pre-Invisalign. I think just the couch. I don't know.
Oh wow,
Yeah,
Couch KC. That's wild.
Way back. But Brian was like, look, man, we talking boxing, but I have to ask you about some basketball stuff. And Dame didn't shy away from me. He answered as truthfully and as fair as he could without, being disrespectful or, putting the organization in a tough situation, but also staying true to it. Like he didn't want to lie. He didn't want to say, oh no, I love these guys and I can't wait for the third pick to come. Like he didn't do that. You know what I mean? And so I thought it was just him holding his stance where he was at, and whatever conversation and wherever his stance is that the organization knows, he let them know without talking to him. It's still what I said. Whatever it is, we think we know what it is. We don't know what it is, but whatever it is, he said, nothing's changed. It still is what it is with my outlook to this team. But he wasn't going to dance around the question. So I thought it was a cool interview. I liked his answers. Yeah, I liked it.
He seems to have a good grasp of the situation that's in front of him. I just couldn't really read it. I thought assets was an interesting term. And then, obviously everyone is going to interpret the, now if we can't do that, then that's another story. And he was talking about building a contender with those assets.
And he also he left that a little vague where he was specific with building a contender. If he believes they can build a contender with the three and all that, I think, and I believe him with this. I don't even think it's like wordplay. I think it's like if he looks at, say they draft Scoot and he goes to training camp or he looks or he talks to these guys and he's looking at Scoot, himself, Jeremy Grant, Shaedon Sharp. Maybe they trade Anthony Simons to get another piece. And he's like, yo, we can go with this. Like, we can go. I think he would stay. I don't think he believes that's possible, but he was very clear. I think that was intentional to say getting a championship contender.
Now, there was another part of the podcast that I haven't seen tweeted anywhere. So maybe this is just less of a sexy headline. Is Brian asked him, about playing in June and playing for a contender and all of that. And he's like, just because I'm traded somewhere doesn't mean that like we're a contender, because what's it going to cost to get me there?
Right.
And, he was very like understanding like stuff happens during a season. You can put me wherever you want to, but the roster is going to change. And there's no guarantee that just because I'm not in Portland, then I'm going to be playing in the NBA Finals.
Yeah.
And that again, it's like you're left to interpret all of this stuff. Like, okay, is he content? He also was asked another thing that I don't think was tweeted anywhere. When the season gets here, when game one rolls around, do you think you'll be playing in Portland? And he said yes. He's like, I do. I'll be playing here. CJ McCollum said something different today on First Take. He said, I think we've seen the last of Dame Lillard in Portland, which, like, that's fine. CJ, making the TV rounds. And I understand I'm breaking a rule by playing a Stephen A clip, but this type of stuff has to stop, because this is so absurd to me.
I want to veer left, and I want to say this about Damian Lillard. I get to a point where I'm so sad when I see him at times.
Really? Your whole mood changes when you see Dame Lillard in Portland? Because because you said he veered left, and you'll hear at the end, Molly's furious that he even went this direction. But like no one, because I would have asked him like, no, Stephen A, tell me more about how you get sad when you see Dame Lillard in Portland.
I think that he is one of the great players this game has ever seen. I love him to death. I think he's a phenomenal player, even better person than me anyway. CJ knows him a lot better. That was his teammate for years. I just want him out of Portland so bad.
Yep.
I cannot. It's the
and
one
Stephen
thing
A, we're
that
going to get into that later. Don't forget.
Stephen A,
I want to
shut up. You're screwing up the rundown. Why? Explain it. Somebody explain to me why. Why do people like him do this? Why does Dame need to be out of Portland so bad? Why does Dame Lillard being in Portland ruin your NBA experience? Why? Here's another question. Why does Dame Lillard so badly have to win a title? How many great players haven't won a title? A lot of them. A lot of them haven't. Why do people do this?
I don't know.
This is so everybody feels better. Stephen A, magically a happy dude because Dame plays in Boston. I know Jesse's a happy dude if Dame plays in Boston. He plays where? Memphis? Where? Like where does he or are we let's be real? Are we talking about New York?
Well,
We talking about Los Angeles? Well, Stephen A probably talking about New York.
so that he's been trying to get him to New York for years now, and he has a responsibility to be as unbiased as possible. And in certain situations, it calls for, yes, I'm a Knicks fan and all this other stuff. In certain situations, it calls for, let me be a journalist. Let me be somebody that, breaks down the game, breaks down situations without bias. And I honestly think, because he doesn't do this with anybody else, I honestly think it's because as a Knicks fan, he's trying to angle to get him to New York. He's been specifically saying Dame to New York for at least 3-4 years now. And I think that's where that comes from.
That's stupid, man.
Because and it is stupid. I agree with you. But think about it. He don't do that with nobody else. He doesn't do that with SGA and OKC. He doesn't do that with.
Does anybody go? So no, is this just
He
like,
didn't do it with Donovan Mitchell in Utah.
Is this just a shot at Portland? Is that what this is about? Because is anybody going, man? Because I'm looking at the management of this organization, and I'll say it. If this is what we do with athletes, can we please get Joel Embiid the hell out of Philadelphia? Can we get Joel Embiid the hell away from Daryl Morey? But we don't do that because it's Philadelphia. Because it's on I-95. Because it's a big market. We don't do that. Part of the reason we do this with Dame is because he's in Portland.
For sure. Part of the reason. The other part is they're no good. You know what I mean? Like they're no good. So it feels like he's wasting away wherever that is. You know what I mean? Like I think New York hasn't really had that type of
Philadelphia has been equally as good as Denver has. Not Denver, as Portland has. Philadelphia has been equally as good as Portland has. Portland went to the playoffs for 8 straight years.
Yeah.
Didn't get to the
I'm saying
finals.
they're saying that now. I don't know if people were necessarily saying that as much when they were winning. When they were contending against the Warriors and going to the conference finals that one year. I don't know it was as loud as even when they were making the playoffs, the last 2-3 times they made the playoffs, we all knew what it was. We never looked at Portland as a true contender. We knew they were on the downside of that run they were going on. But I think that has a good amount to do with it. Because once again, and he's not the same. Nobody's saying get SGA out of OKC because they look like they're on the upswing. Now,
yeah, it's new, but it's also new.
Well, now nobody's saying get Fox out of Sacramento because they look like they're on the upswing. So I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that Portland isn't winning. And specifically when it comes to Stephen A, I think it has a lot to do with him trying to angle and create this narrative to get him to the Knicks.
Played the Stephen A clip because I thought his reaction was ridiculous. But the get Dame out of Portland thing is not exclusive to Stephen A. I get sad watching Dame Lillard in Portland. And he even dusted off the Molly, I've got to say something. He dusted off the dramatic.
She's with
voice.
Stephen A. We're going to get to that soon. You know, that
Stephen A.
whole
gonna
podcast.
get yelled at home.
We'll talk about the see, I saw what you did there. The podcast with Dame Lillard, we'll talk about it more. But you know the most important thing he said, and the thing that upset me the most about what he said on that podcast?
I have a feeling it has something to do with boxing.
He said Devin Haney is this guy at 135.
All right.
Tank Davis is the best guy at 135. What is it? And Dave knows it's boxing.
All
Now he
right.
said
It's
it's
Stilo-
because Devin is from the Bay Area. I understand that. Come on, man. Tank would go to work on Devin. Tank would knock Devin out. I'm saying it right now. And I love Devin Haney, but Tank would knock him out. Jesse, you agree?
I'm about to turn to Molly. KC, we're gonna get to that later, okay?
Is that honestly? I don't know. Is that a trick question?
We'll
Like,
be back. I don't know what just happened. It's Stilo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Preseason schedule, TV schedule. Jets, Browns, Ravens, Commanders. Man, there's a football game August 3rd.
Damn. That's Hall of Fame game?
Yeah.
Who's playing?
Jets. What did I just say? Jets and Browns?
Oh my gosh. Aaron Rodgers coverage.
Yeah, Jets and Browns. Well, who's going into the Hall of Fame? Who's the big?
It ain't a Jet or a Brown.
That's what I was thinking. Like normally, like who is it?
I think they kind of stopped that the last few years. Because I know
Yeah, wasn't enough way to go around.
because I know they that year they had the Raiders playing.
Mm.
I don't think they had anybody going.
Yeah, Raiders.
Who is hated more, Stephen A. or JJ? It's definitely Stephen A.
JJ's not even hated. Just sometimes he's annoying, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Katrina, I will say this. He had his time.
How?
Yeah,
are we
but
missing
he
out
had
on
his
him?
time. If Dame said, I'm gonna stay 10 toes down, I ain't leaving Portland, I'm gonna stay there, I'll be like, all right. Like you had a good 8-year run of being in the playoffs in May and all this other stuff. Unfortunately, it didn't work out, but we got some great Dame moments that'll live on forever. And maybe he'll get back there in the next year or two. So I don't know if we're missing out. We've seen it.
Yeah, it's so does every player have to win a title?
According to Twitter, NBA Twitter.
Yeah, Michigan down to the Dolphins. There's been smoke from that since March.
Is that a trade?
They were close to a trade in March, but now it's looking like if they cut him, there's a chance they sign him.
And Minnesota is
Like there's been a lot of smoke with that since March.
it's getting to the point where Miami got to do something.
No, yeah, I think they're going to win the division this year. They need to win a playoff game at least.
Yeah, they got to do something.
You just
They
keep
got a lot of
just
they got a lot
keep
of
Tua
weapons.
upright this year. That's all I'm asking for.
What happened? Didn't he get hurt the other day or something?
No.
Somebody said something about
Tua?
practice. Yeah,
Practice.
No, he's been fine.
well, that's good.
Yeah, Josh Allen got the Madden cover, so that's cursed. Miami's winning the division.
Who was Madden last year? Don't tell me. I'm trying to think about it off the top of my head. Before it was Brady and Mahomes. Who got it last year?
I can bring it up right now if you want.
Is that the Luka Doncic of the NFL? Because I feel like they're trying to force that guy for us to like him.
Oh, in that regard, sure. Yeah, sure. Because we don't really have.
He's more than Luka.
Josh Allen gets the cover of the latest edition of Madden, which is just like the last one, as Kenny pointed out a couple of days ago. But many of you are going to go buy it, so good for you. Is the Madden curse still a thing?
No, because I think Brady had it one time and he won a Super Bowl.
I think there's exceptions to the rule, but I think it's still a thing.
Who did you?
John Madden was on last year's cover.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, that's correct. R.I.P. to John Madden.
Well, he passed away before he was on the cover, so he doesn't count.
There was no curse there.
He doesn't count. There's no curse there. Okay. I was just asking. Josh Allen, the cover guy for is it still a big deal? Yeah. It feels like it's a big deal.
Yeah, it's still an honor. I don't know if it's as big with the general public.
It's still the game.
An honor. Oh, for sure it's the game. But it's still an honor for those players, to be on that cover. They take that to heart. They take that seriously. There's going to be a time this summer where we have a segment on Madden ratings. Like that's a thing.
Oh yeah, that's huge.
Yeah,
that's a big deal that these guys take very, very personally.
Yeah. Who was it? It was Trent Williams got in the 99 club last year, and they had this big old presentation. Yeah, so
because there is no 100.
No.
Right? There's no perfect NFL player in the league.
No, 99's.
Patrick Mahomes is in the league, right?
That's right.
He's not perfect.
It's 99, bro.
Man,
you've seen him throw.
That's pretty dope. Have I? I guess I have. Patrick Mahomes is the only guy I know though who gets like highlights for incompletions. This pass was almost caught.
He had the greatest Super Bowl incompletions of all time.
Like, bro, they're down 21 in the Super Bowl. What is your social media coordinator thinking right now? All right, cool. Goodness gracious. Josh Allen got to show you something this year? Not that Josh Allen's been good. Buffalo Bills. They got to get to the Super Bowl?
If I'm a Bills fan, shout out to my neighbors. Shout out Ender. Shout out Akrita. I think they're the Bills fans. Son's an Eagles fan. I don't think Taryn cares. But shout out to my neighbors. If I'm a Bills fan, I say, yeah, we got to get there this year. We got to get there.
I think they got to at least get to the AFC Championship. They're feeling real 76ers-ish right now. They can't get past that second round.
Well, look, it's almost like me as a Niners fan. Because we got to get over that hump. Back-to-back conference championship games. That's cool. But
you just went to didn't you just go to the Super Bowl?
That was like 3-4 years ago now.
Okay, dude. My bad.
Well,
Sorry. Sorry. My bad. Well, this is a long, hard road for 49ers fans.
Yeah, must be nice.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. This is how Bills fans, though, probably feel. Like, we've got a Super Bowl roster.
Yeah.
Like, we're not going to always have these opportunities. Got to cash in. Got to cash in at some point and get to the Super Bowl. And I think that's how Bills fans feel. That's how 49ers fans feel. You got to get over that hump. So Jesse asked a question. He said, is Josh Allen the Luka of the NFL?
Now, explain what you mean by that.
So what I mean by that is, like, of course, we know, like, we saw it with the MVP ladder all season this year. Luka was in top 5 all year. NBA just Luka. I feel like that's what the NFL is doing with Josh Allen, just trying to make us love Josh Allen.
I know they did that last year for sure.
Yeah, they definitely did.
They were,
and I absolutely I think that's a perfectly fine comparison.
And Josh Allen,
in terms of the approaches from the league,
Josh Allen is really good. Sometimes he does some wild things out there. Like sometimes you almost in the same vein of he's kind of come through more times than this guy, but almost in the same vein as Dak. Like he gets into these situations and I'm like, what are you doing? Like, why would you do that? Specifically, I'm thinking about that Vikings game last year. Where, like, I think they needed a field goal to win, and he throws in a triple coverage in the middle of the field at the 25. Like, what are you doing?
He goes for the home run way too much.
He had some moments in that Dolphins game that essentially kept the Dolphins in the game. It's like, you're really good. Like, why are you making these decisions? So we'll see if that's something that he gets better with over time. I kind of don't think he will. I think he's going to be a guy that's unbelievably talented, can do some great things out there. But sometimes he's just going to look lost.
I don't think he looks lost. I'm with you in that, like, he'll force something. I don't think he ever looks lost. Maybe I need to watch differently. I've never looked at Josh Allen.
Much more Bills football, bro.
Yeah, I guess so. My bad. # casual. That's why Mark Jones don't know who I am right there, because I don't see that Josh Allen is lost. Anything left on Dame Lillard besides you hate his boxing takes?
Well, I don't hate it. I also
think we just need to calm down with this. Dame needs to leave Portland. Like, Dame, every player in the league isn't going to win a championship. The fact is, if Dame joined LeBron somewhere, LeBron's still the dude, whether you like it or not. If Dame went to Boston to play with Tatum, you're gonna diminish what Dame Lillard did because he didn't do it in Portland. You're rooting for something to happen only so you can crap on the result later.
Yes and no. Maybe this is a different day and time, but nobody craps on Clyde Drexler.
This is a different day and time.
Yeah, so I'm saying, I'm using that caveat. It's a different day and time. Maybe that's the case. Nobody craps on Shaq for going to Miami.
Well, Shaq didn't go to Miami. Shaq was traded to Miami.
Well, Dame was
like but unwilling. Like, he didn't make a fuss about being traded. He was traded, like, out of the blue. You think? Are you? I'm sorry, you're breaking news right here.
He didn't want to leave, but he also wasn't going to stay the way things were.
I've never heard this story before.
Well, I think
I've never heard this before.
It didn't have to be said, but Dr. Buss obviously felt like he had to make a decision. It didn't have.
Yeah,
to be
but
said.
What's that have to do with Shaq though?
He had to. Only one of them could stay in LA.
That's what I'm saying. I understand that. And Dr. Buss made the decision. Shaq had to go.
Right. And all I'm saying is, like, Shaq didn't have to come out and demand a trade. Everybody knew what it was. We can't keep going. Like, I don't think Shaq was blindsided. I don't think he might have been blindsided that he chose Kobe, but everybody knew.
Okay, this is
what
fine.
It was.
But it's not, to me, this isn't even remotely close to the same thing. It's not even remotely good. Like Shaq didn't go chase a title in Miami. Shaq was traded to Miami and won a title. That's what happened. He started chasing titles later, but that's not one of them.
I also think we don't need to be fooled by people with nonsensical takes. Like, anybody like you know what you're talking about. Like, I don't care what Twitter boy says about the verification of his career and all that. Like, I don't care about that. Like, I know that Dame Lillard is one of the greatest we've ever seen, with or without a championship. And I'm gonna stand on that. Simple as that. I don't need Undisputed telling me he needs to do this to validate his career. No, I don't listen to you.
No, Dame to me is in the category of Chris Paul. Chris Paul's made.
Mm-hmm.
He's set. Title or not.
I looked it up right now, and Shaq has talked about it, actually, being traded from the Lakers. He says in the quotes or whatever, take it however you want. He says that he left the Lakers because he didn't like the deal they were offering him.
What sort of revisionist history is this?
This is what Shaq said.
Wasn't Kobe the free agent?
No, neither of them were. They
didn't Kobe sign a deal the day after Shaq was traded? Or an extension the day after Shaq was traded? Okay, maybe he wasn't a free agent. He signed an extension the day after Shaq was traded. Mm-hmm. This leaving the Lakers thing that's nonsense. He didn't leave the Lakers. He was traded.
Yeah.
Shut up, Shaq. Like, what are you doing? That's a bigger lie than you owning part of the Sacramento Kings. That's absurd. I left the Lakers because I didn't like. No, you left Orlando because you didn't like the contract. That's well documented.
And I don't know if it was as cut and dry as Shaq going in saying pick him or me, but I do know everybody knew they couldn't play together no more. And Dr. Buss needed to make a decision who you're going to go with moving forward. And he chose Kobe. And when he chose Kobe, like, I'm not saying Shaq was like, all right, fine, then trade me here. But it was like, all right, well, he chose Kobe. I'm out of here.
I think Dr. Buss found out that Shaq chose Kobe when he was told he was traded. Or I think Shaq found out that Dr. Buss chose Kobe when Shaq was traded.
Probably so. Yeah.
That's ridiculous. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard from Shaquille O'Neal. That's ridiculous. I didn't like the money they were offering. Bro, what? They traded you.
I do feel like
He had a great year, by the way, in Miami before everything kind of went to hell with him.
Yeah, 2 really good years. Because the first year,
1.5.
Second year, you didn't think he was that good?
Well,
The championship year?
What was it? Wasn't the first year the championship year?
No, they lost in the conference finals the first year.
To who?
Detroit. And Detroit lost in 7 to San Antonio in the finals.
Oof. Okay, so it was the finals where he died. Like
Miami
Shaq, as we
actually-
knew him, for some reason died in the NBA finals.
Miami actually lost that game 7 at home in the Eastern Conference Finals with Shaq and
It feels like
Dwayne.
that's a lot more regular than people want to
I know,
acknowledge.
right? What was I gonna say about Shaq? Oh, it could have been they were both up for extensions. Maybe that's why you think free agent was the situation. And he had to decide who he was gonna give the extension to. And once he decided it was gonna be Kobe, the writing was on the wall for Shaq to be traded.
No, that still doesn't add up to me. I think your first thought on this is right. He knew Dr. Buss knew he had to pick one, and he picked Kobe and traded Shaq. And the day after Shaq was traded, Kobe signed an extension. I whether Kobe was a free agent or it was an extension, I can't really remember. I know there's always a story he did take other meetings. Like Kobe at some point in his career with the Lakers met with
the Clippers.
Wasn't it? Was it? Can we look? Was
He
Kobe
might
a
have been
free agent?
He might have been a free agent.
Because
I
he
remember the
definitely
Clippers.
met with the Clippers,
I
and I
remember
know
the
he
Clippers
was.
noise.
I know there was that period where he was angry with the team. I know there's the famous mall video where he essentially gave Andrew Bynum the Scotty Barnes treatment. Andrew Bynum, I'm going to win with this guy.
Yeah, 2004, he was an unrestricted free agent. He met with the Clippers.
Okay,
Restricted free agent. 2000.
there's a story that was actually real. Like
Well,
it seems insane.
So, and this goes back to what I said. Jason Jones would know about this, but if he would have brought back Shaq, he would have signed with the Clippers. Like they weren't playing together.
No, I established. We got that. Yeah, for sure.
And that's why it was real. Like if he felt like if Dr. Buss was like, "Nah, I'm gonna keep Shaq," Kobe would have left. Kobe to the Clippers, playing for Don Sterling.
Oh, wow.
Jeez.
Wow.
You think about how that changes like the trajectory of
Everything.
like NBA history.
Everything. That literally changes everything. Like, what's that mean for Dwayne Wade? What's that mean for Heat culture? What's that mean for the Heatles? What's it mean for Pau Gasol?
Yep.
And the Memphis Grizzlies deal. Like,
What's it mean
that's
for Kobe?
fascinating. Right, exactly.
And I remember I wasn't.
Do we
down
get
there at the time.
a puppet Kobe Clipper and a puppet LeBron Cavs? Do we get that commercial?
Probably.
I don't think we do.
I don't know.
A Clipper?
I don't know. I feel like if anybody could change the energy and the history of what the Clippers are in LA, it was Kobe Bryant. If anybody could do it, it's him.
I'm going down another
The
Bob Backlund style rabbit hole right now.
the interesting thing about it was I remember when that was going on. It was split amongst people in LA. Like there were some people that were mad they kept Kobe and let Shaq go.
I remember.
They were not happy about that.
Bro, is this right? This can't. Oh, Kings were 59-23. The Clippers were 27-55 the season before.
Kobe's crazy.
Like how, Sway?
Who was on that team? Probably Maurice Taylor was on that team. Let me see. Lorenzen Wright was probably
wild.
no, maybe not Lorenzen. No, probably Lorenzen Wright. R.I.P.
This is 2000, 2004.
Let me see if I could think of anybody else on that
28
team.
and 50. Man.
Was Troy? What's his name? Troy Haskins, I think. Was he on that team?
Nope.
Maurice Taylor wasn't on that team?
No.
Damn. Shout out Mo Taylor.
Our guy on it was on it though. Oh, was this his rookie year?
Ooh.
Matt Barnes.
Matt Barnes.
Matt Barnes was on this
Matt
team.
Barnes, he floated around the league like 2 or 3 teams before he was like in his quote unquote rookie year. Like I think he was a undrafted or a late second rounder, and he was with the Warriors. He was with the Sixers.
Okay, buddy, I'm
He was
not
with-
digging that deep. His name is on the roster list. And that's
Well,
what
I don't
I'm
know if it
giving
was
you
rookie
right
year.
now.
That's all I'm saying.
Well, it says in experience R. So
Well,
I
that's
take
his
that to mean a
year.
rookie.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't know
his
what
year.
else that means. Elton Brand is on the squad.
Ah.
Eddie House. Chris
Is Olo
Kaman.
Candy on that team? The Candy Man?
He is not on this team.
Oh, yeah, he was in Minnesota by then.
Randy Livingston. Corey Maggette is on the squad.
Corey
Glenn Rice is on the
Maggette.
squad. 14 years of
Glenn
experience.
Rice.
Olden Polynice in his 14th
OP.
year is on this basketball team.
Was
That
Odom on
was-
it? No, Odom was in Miami.
Odom was not on this team. Yeah, he
Darius
came
Miles
over
still
in the
there?
deal. Do you just want to name random players the rest of the show and
Darius
see if they were
Miles
on this
isn't
team?
random.
He's not on this team.
I can't think of anybody else on that team. That would have been
I don't think
crazy.
you got one of them right.
No, I didn't. Nobody.
You probably are just thinking of another year. If you would have, it would have been impressive. You know who the coach was?
No.
It's Mike Dunleavy. The executive was Elgin Baylor.
Yeah.
That
Elgin
was
Baylor
still
was
the
with-
Elgin Baylor era.
He was with the Clippers for a long time.
19th in attendance.
Oh,
Oh, could you imagine Kobe of playing for that team?
no, I couldn't.
The next year,
I really couldn't.
the next year, to your point, Matt Barnes is already gone. Kenny Anderson is on the squad. Elton
Oh, my
Brand's still
gosh,
here.
Kenny Anderson.
Chris Kaman is still here. Sean Livingston.
Sean Livingston probably rookie.
Corey Maggette is still here. He is. And that team that year went 37-45.
Mm,
What's that team do with Kobe Bean?
mm.
Oh man, that's fascinating.
That stuff is the best in the NBA.
That's fat. Like that. I always thought the Chris Paul trade to the Lakers was one of the greatest like NBA what if that had happened. Like how much does that change?
Yeah.
This Kobe going to the Clippers is a good one.
What if Dr. Bus chooses Shaq?
And it's funny too, because like say like bring it
Man.
local, like if the Kings signed Isaiah Thomas to that extension, the Celtics aren't what they are now.
Yeah.
Yep. I mean, IT should have never left the Kings. I was furious when it happened.
I think everyone was. That was
Pete.
virtually universal.
Yeah. Pete said no. He said, I'm going with Darren Collison. What? What? I was furious. I said, I can't believe he's gonna let this happen.
What? Like I'm just fixated on this. Like, what would that have made? Like, what would that have done to the Lakers? Because Shaq had a really he had essentially 2 years left.
I don't think the Lakers. I mean,
Do the Lakers
well,
win?
the killer is they don't get nobody back. So
Yeah,
with the
that's right.
Shaq-
You just
with
lose
the Shaq
Kobe.
trade.
Yep.
You got Odom in
mhm.
the deal. I think Karan Butler was
Who
in that
won
deal as
titles?
well.
Yep.
But with Kobe going as a free agent, you don't get anything back. That Lakers team is no good.
They're not winning again, and I mean,
That Lakers team is awful.
Powell never comes to the Lakers too
yeah,
eventually.
right.
Yeah. That
Does Lob City ever happen? Does Chris Paul wind up on a bad Lakers team?
He might. He might. Who is now? This is digging into crazy. So what was the draft situation in 05?
Oh, that's a good one. I don't know.
Because that's, I mean, they're looking at in my opinion, they're looking at a top 10 pick.
So
Yeah.
in 2005, 2006, so Kobe's first year would have been 2004, 2005, right?
Mhm.
So in 2005, 2006, the Clippers were 47-35.
Barron got there.
Elton Brandon's still there. Sam
Bar-
Cassell.
Sam Cassell. Daniel Ewing not defending the 3-point line in game 5 against Phoenix when they're up 3. You're up 3, and for whatever reason, they don't defend the 3-point line. And they lose game 5. They lose the series in 6. They were on their way to the conference finals.
2005 draft and 06 draft too. Those were horrible.
Oh, they weren't going to get good no time soon.
Oh, the Lakers would have been bad for a very, very long time.
Chris Paul was the best pick in the top 10 at number 4 in 05.
They would have went after Chris Paul, though, if they could have got him. Because they would have wanted a point guard to match up with Shaq. They definitely would have been point guard hunting.
Oh, this is fun.
Damn.
This is good.
I wish it would have happened that way.
How would this have affected our Kings team? It just flat out wouldn't have in any way because they were done playing the Lakers in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And yes, it has absolutely no effect on Sacramento.
Damn.
Damn. The real story would have been Kobe says, "Forget it. I'm going to play in Sacramento."
So here's the
he would have been Kevin Durant. Except we just beat this team. Now I'm gonna go help them beat the team I used to
here's
play
the
for.
funny thing. I say if the Lakers would have chose Shaq over Kobe, they would have been awful. How could we forget? They were awful anyway.
Yeah.
They were no good. They had the number 10 pick in the draft the following year. They got Andrew Bynum. They weren't no good.
And how long was that stretch? 3 years?
Two and a half years. They got Paul Gasol in the middle of the third year. When they showed some signs of life and they went out and got Paul Gasol. But I mean, they drafted Andrew Bynum to go with Kobe. And maybe, I mean, there's no real.
But it would have been substantially worse because, as you just pointed out, they would have gotten nothing back.
Right.
And you just would have had Shaq fall off a cliff. You probably would have wound up trading Shaq anyways.
Yeah.
Shaq played for like 8 teams after Miami. I still think one of Shaq's greatest highlights is the Phoenix Suns one, where he runs to the bench and everyone everyone jumps up and runs away. Because I think there was a play, what was it, like the night before, where he hit the bench.
Yeah.
He went flying in there the next, I don't know if it was the next night or the same week or whatever. He's running, chasing down the ball to the bench, and everyone scatters. Coaches, players, water people, everybody gets out of the way. I think that's one of the greatest highlights of all time.
That is an all-timer. They would have been worse, like you said. Well, I mean, this isn't great, but they would have had the opportunity to choose between Darren Williams, Chris Paul, and Raymond Felton for their point guard.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they would. Maybe they would have took Martell Webster. It would have like he would have been the next Kobe.
But the thing is, like, you still have declining Shaq. That's the crux of this whole thing.
It would have been awful. It would have been awful for years to come. Instead, they won.
You can't even trade for Pau Gasol in that situation. Like, what's Pau gonna play for?
Well, no, you can't trade for him. Although Jerry West just gave him.
Well, that's not fair because Mark was a good player. He wasn't at the time.
In the NBA.
But Mark wound up being a good player.
It worked out, but that's like.
But if the gist is like if we're all believers in Jerry West, hey, this dude's the truth. Like, this is gonna work for you. This is gonna work for us.
Yes,
I get it. Yes. I get the concept that he gave it away, but you can't look at the deal now that it's completed and go, yeah, that was ridiculous. It wasn't. Well, he saw something we didn't see. That's what you're paying somebody to do.
Powell was better than Mark.
Well, I agree with that, but Mark turned out to be a very, very good player.
He was, but it wasn't like, at least maybe I'm wrong, but it wasn't like Powell was about to leave. He just gave him to the Lakers because they asked for him.
Well, give us his brother and we can make it work.
I think Mark was like 17 when they traded him. He was maybe fresh out of high school. Or
Powell played with Bynum. Could he have played with Shaq?
Yeah, I think so. He had a little high-low to his game.
All right. I'll give Bynum another favorite highlight is the Shaq dunk. And he dunks on Bynum. Yeah. Bynum comes right back down and dunks on him. And then Shaq gets mad and pushes him.
Bynum was really good.
He was.
His knees
he really was.
Went out of place.
Andrew Bynum, this guy?
2005 Sacramento Kings. They drafted 23rd that year. You have any guess who they took?
23rd. Give me, what was the year again?
2005.
No.
Cisco Garcia.
Well, so you could get a mainstay with your organization for a long time.
Cisco was good.
He was very good.
He was a good ball player.
He was a good dude.
Like, I'll put it to you like this: if
Oh.
they get a Cisco Garcia this year, at
Oh, yeah.
24,
Oh,
it's a
yeah.
good look.
That's a very good look.
Didn't we do it last year where we looked it up and Francisco Garcia is like the longest tenured king of all time?
He was.
No,
Not
isn't
all
that
time, but it was like
isn't that Jason Thompson?
Jason
Yeah, it was
Thompson
one of
had
those two.
more.
Yeah, I think they
But
played. Thompson had
Cisco
more
was
games.
for a while though. Remember, Cisco was for a while.
All right. Well, I don't know what just happened.
We didn't plan for.
We're playing this game in July.
I do not know what just happened, but
Wait a minute. Our favorite game. How did we get here? I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know how we got so fixated on the Kobe Shaq. It started
because that was fascinating.
Did it start with Dame?
No, it did because I said we were trying to figure out who
Dame
won a title. Do we diminish Clyde
Right.
Drexler's title?
Okay.
or
All
diminish Shaq's
right.
title?
Yep. There we go. All right. We'll clean it up. I'm not sure what's going to happen next, but it's certainly going to be. I know Bryant West is coming up an hour from now, and James Ham in the final hour of the show. CeeLo and Casey, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh, that was a ride. Damn.
That was good radio, though, I think.
That was a ride. Alfonso, yeah, it does, bro. Keeps all of us guessing. At no point today did I plan to find the 2005, 2006 Los Angeles Clippers roster. At no point did I think I would need that, but here we are. I still got the Bob Backlund match pulled up too.
Was that in the stadium?
No, I think it looks like it's in the Garden.
I have the viscera, the Mabel move too. That was, boy, that was wild, bro.
You got it up?
Yeah, man. Come on, man. You can't be doing this, man. Where is it? Where's the other?
Big Daddy B.
This is the most sus finisher of all time.
Oh, yeah. Ravishing Rick Rude. Oh, I see where this is going. Oh, no.
You can't be doing this.
No. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh.
No, man. Hey, I'm not wrestling against dude, man.
Oh, no.
I'm not wrestling against dude, man. I'm not.
He better have gotten a bonus for that. Oh, I'm putting that up on the screen. Hold up.
I'm not wrestling against Mabel, bro. And I'm definitely not losing to him. It ain't happening.
Mabel, WWE video game.
Mabel, top 5 menace in the WWE all time.
Y'all gotta.
Jesse, did you see it on my?
That was on
Nah.
a short. Oh yeah, here it is.
Man.
I got you. Hang on. I gotta figure out how to turn the sound off. There it is. Yo, y'all gotta see this.
Oh, man.
Hold on.
One of the most
Hold on.
sus winners of all time.
Watch this. This is wild. This is crazy. Hold on. Watch my man. Here we go. Wait a minute. Boom. Oh, it gets better. Oh, it gets better. Wait for up. Wait a minute. And there it is.
Someone should have called the police after that, bro.
No, man.
What is
No.
that?
I'm not fighting that dude, man. We're not getting in the ring, bro.
Hey, imagine showing up to work that day. Hey, you got to take Mabel's move tonight.
I'm done. Oh, no, man. I'm not fighting Mabel, bro.
And you know Vince co-signed that one too.
This was 100% Vince's idea.
Mabel, bro. I'm not doing it.
Oh man.
Come on, man. Why you got to do that?
Big-
Why you got to do
Oh,
that?
this is and got him. Terrible.
Someone asked in the chat, is that where it's the Rikishi stink face?
Oh, that might be worse. Oh man. Oh.
Come on, man.
If you ever get booked for a match with Viscera, don't take it.
No, man. I can't do it.
R.I.P. R.I.P.
can't
Big
do it,
Daddy
man.
V.
I
He-
can't,
he ain't
can't
with
do
us.
it, man. I'm not fighting that
Whew.
guy. I'm not.
Man, that
We're
whole
not having a match.
that whole short we just watched on YouTube was a pause moment, one pause moment after the other.
Like it was bad enough starting, but the extracurriculars at the end, like that was horrible.
If you're listening on the Odyssey app or the radio, good for you, because those who were watching on the stream might not be able to unsee that short we just watched. Lord have mercy.
Ooh-wee.
Oh man, clean it up, guys.
Man, oh, man.
Clean
Hey,
it
I
up.
did take something else from Dame's podcast.
Okay.
Seriously. That I don't know. He brought up an excellent point, and I don't know how you fix it. They talked about, and he didn't say it in like it wasn't negative, but it wasn't a shot at anybody. But when he talked about like the entitlement of the guy coming in, and he because Brian Custer asked him something to the effect of like, do you think these guys, come in entitled because they're looked at as the franchise guy or something like that from when they're drafted? And Dame was like, yeah, like that kind of is what it is. It's entitlement. He used Victor Wembanyama, and you hear all this stuff, the greatest prospect of, in team sports history or whatever. And he's like, how can he not feel like I'm the franchise? Like they're giving him the franchise now. He's the most untradeable player in the NBA right now.
Mm-hmm.
And he just talked about, he's like, it's not a knock, like it is what it is, but how is he supposed to, like, you're supposed to earn that. You're supposed to earn that level of, you're a franchise guy in this league, not just in your own franchise, but in the league, your franchise.
Mm-hmm.
And when you're not pushed to earn that level, he said for some guys, he's not saying it's going to happen for Vic, but for some guys, they lose that edge. They're not as hungry because there's nothing to strive for anymore. You already got it coming into the league as being the franchise. Everything revolves around you. And he's right. And also the part that he's right about, sometimes guys come in and they're not jaded by that. They come in and they still work as hard. They still strive for something. They're motivated, whatever. But there are guys who, like, you give them the franchise at 19 years old and they lose a little bit of that, a little bit of that hunger.
Can I make a counter argument?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't think, like, if that's the case, I don't think they ever had it. Like, I think listening to you, I think Dame's speaking on his experiences.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Dame had to grind to get to where he is. Like, Dame says, if it wasn't for Steph, I'd be the greatest shooter of all time. I'm the second greatest. And he's probably right. But that's no, he didn't come into the league that way.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't come into the league given anything. And I think he's speaking from I don't want to say Dame is, resentment is way too strong of a word, but I feel like he can, and we can only look at things through our life experiences.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he's looking at how he had to become the franchise player for the Portland Trailblazers.
Mm-hmm.
And he's in the case of this draft, he's talking about one guy. If Scoot or Brandon Miller shows up at the Portland Trailblazers facility the day after the draft, it's not his franchise. It's Dame's. Like, it's not his. He's talking about one guy. It's Victor Wembanyama.
It would be Scoot's franchise if they traded Dame.
If they traded him, yeah, probably. Yeah.
So I'd say there's like 5 guys every draft that are like that. Like when De'Aaron came here.
Yeah, it was De'Aaron. Yep. But yeah.
Top 5 guys.
No, it definitely was. But like Chet's not Oklahoma City's franchise.
No.
And I think circumstances matter, right? Like if Scoot winds up becoming the franchise because Dame is gone, part of that's going to be because of the state of the franchise.
Mm-hmm.
With De'Aaron being the face of the Sacramento Kings, it was the state of the franchise. Like if DeMarcus was still here,
right,
it wouldn't be De'Aaron.
Right.
And I think that just kind of, I don't know. I understand Dame's point. I just don't think it's particularly fair. I'd argue if a player, especially that early, is given the franchise and they don't work as hard, they never had it.
Mm-hmm.
Like your franchise put the trust in the wrong guy.
Because he also pointed out, and I don't think it was the same question, but he talked about having 2 Udonis. He asked him if there's something you could do, and he said they should have 2 Udonis Haslem like vets on every roster. And I think maybe sometimes we kind of see this in Houston a little bit, right? Where say for instance, Jalen Green is a franchise. Like, who's helping him? Who's guiding him? Like, that's a mess.
Yeah.
You know, and the first 2 years of his career, he could benefit from an older guy. Maybe he's not like he's franchise talent wise and what they're projected to be. But if the Udonis Haslem of Houston was still there, like, yo, yeah, they drafted you high, young buck, but just chill. It's still my locker room. It's my locker room. Like, and have to earn the respect of the Haslem type guy in there. He's obviously not the better player, but you come in, you got to earn the respect of that guy, and just as opposed to it's your locker room now, 19-year-old. You and Josh Christopher run this place. You know, like I kind of get that, and it depends on the person. Like I said, some people can handle that.
Yeah. I don't know why you and Josh Christopher won this place. Gotta laugh at me.
That's his boy,
That's
Josh
funny.
Christopher.
That's funny. I get it. I don't necessarily agree, but I get it. Well, you stayed with. I'll stay with Shaq. Shaq said something. I think it was on his podcast about the Celtics. I'm sure Jesse saw this. Shaq's opinion that Jaylen Brown and Tatum need to be split up. Not the most revolutionary thing, and especially given the conversation.
I think they need to trade. I think they need to split those guys up.
Well, what really made me laugh was the quote that came from it. He said, Tatum is your number one, because he's asking you what this looks like. And to be fair, I know what Shaq's trying to say. It's just the quote made me laugh. So he's saying you split up Tatum and you split up Brown. Or you split up Tatum and Brown. You're trading Jaylen Brown. You're keeping Jayson Tatum. Tatum is my number one, and I would use Brown to bring in a Brown-like player. Well, okay. Again, I think I know what Shaq meant.
I get exactly what
that's
he means.
a funny way of putting it. We're bringing a Brown-like player. Well, who are you trading? Brown. Jaylen Brown. Well, what do you want to return? A Jaylen Brown-like player. It's like Shaq was literally having the conversation we have about Harrison Barnes. If you're not going to re-sign Harrison Barnes, you better bring in someone who can do what Harrison Barnes does. Just re-sign Harrison Barnes. I don't know. But everyone has an opinion on what should happen with the Celtics. I don't think they need to be split up.
I think they do. Need to be split up. That's relative, right? I don't see this team getting over the hump and winning a NBA championship. I thought last year in the finals when they were up 2-1, I thought that was their best opportunity, and they didn't have enough to close out that Warriors team.
Why didn't they win the title last year?
I don't want to say the moment got too big, but there was a point where, if your best player like Tatum isn't playing well and he's getting locked up by Wiggins, you're going to lose, and they couldn't stop turning the ball over to save their life. Like Steph, I give credit to the Warriors. They won the title and stuff like that, but Steph was doing what he was doing. I don't think it was ever like, oh, the Warriors are so much better. It's like the Celtics needed to turn the ball over as well and stuff like that. And Tatum, like I said, he just got locked up.
They were right. They had the title in their grasp with what, Jesse, about 5 minutes to go in the fourth quarter, game 4. I think they went up 2 or something like that. And
we've got to change your positioning. Every time you turn to look at Jesse, you just disappear.
Oh, on the mic.
Yeah, you're just like gone.
But yeah, it was like they were right there and they couldn't close it out, and they couldn't recover from that moment. They were cooked from that moment on.
In game 4?
Mm-hmm.
You think so?
Oh, yeah.
It definitely shifted. Like it, no doubt, it shifted.
I don't even think the other 2 games were close.
Is that right? I don't remember them. I don't remember.
Game 6, I know wasn't.
Yeah, game 6
Game
definitely
5,
wasn't.
I think. It's not like the Warriors beat them by 30, but I think they were up by like probably 12 to 15 the entire game.
I'm not ready to break them up yet. You look at the East next season, like who's really competing with them besides Milwaukee?
I think Cleveland and New York will be there, and Milwaukee as well.
Oh, Cleveland's
got to answer some questions before we get them any
Cleveland
respect.
got me a little shook. I believe in Cleveland. They got me a little shook.
It happens.
The Knicks were a cool story until Miami was clearly the better team in that second round.
And so what?
Clearly.
So
Julius Randle was really hurt though.
So no doubt.
So was Jimmy though.
Well, Julius, I don't think Jimmy's getting surgery at the end of the
Is Julius the new John Collins?
No, he's still a little more.
Are
solidified.
his feet planted in New York?
He's got at least 1 foot down in New York.
Well, I think the organization is holding the other one up. It's like the Royal Rumble. Like they're trying to throw him over the top rope, and
I don't think they have. No, I don't think he's like that. I don't think
No?
he's like John Collins. No.
man, it feels like it.
Not yet, but there's been a lot of noise. The
A
last few years.
lot. Like so is the noise just noise, not real?
Well, I don't think there was noise this year. There wasn't noise until maybe the playoffs. He all NBA selection this year. Like he
I
had a
feel
bounce
like
back
there
year.
were Julius Randle conversations. Like maybe not as strong as they were in the off season or last year. I feel like there were Julius Randle conversations. But it could just be trade Julius Randle for Joel Embiid. Like it could be those
Right.
like Knicks types, those Stephen A conversations.
Yeah, he had a bounce back year this year. I mean, I understand why, but these things happen. Miami got swept 2-3 years ago by Milwaukee. So like these things in the first round.
Mhm.
These things happen. I think Cleveland's a good team. I think they got a good nucleus. They may need another coach to take them over the top. I hope not, because I want to see Bickerstaff get this done.
Oh, that's cold.
Yeah,
I noticed. I noticed
maybe.
it. I mean, I
But
noticed,
I
I
don't-
noticed the
I
way you
don't-
feel about certain coaches in the
No,
league. You're always quick to.
Don't do that. Don't
Always
do that.
quick
Because
to-
Bickerstaff, I'm cool with Bickerstaff.
You and your
Now,
boy
Stephen
Jay, yeah,
Silas,
cool with Ty Lue, too.
Well, Ty Lue is
Wow.
my boy.
Wow.
Ty Lue is my boy. Stephen Silas.
Yeah, Stephen Silas. That wasn't fair.
No.
That wasn't fair.
I'm not a believer in Stephen Silas.
Well, that's fine, but he was put in an impossible position.
Yeah, he was. I don't think it would have been any different if he
Who
was
did he join?
Denver's coach.
Monty? You in Detroit?
Yeah. But I think Cleveland's good. I think the Knicks are good. Milwaukee will be there.
You're out on Chris Middleton. Like you think the Bucks will be there, but they're not going to be there because Chris Middleton.
No, I mean Chris
Does
Middleton. I
much.
thought this year he was always playing catch up from that injury. He never could get in the groove, get fully comfortable because of the surgery he had. If maybe it took a year, maybe it took a year. He's going to have a normal off season this season where he can get back in the game shape. He doesn't have to have surgery or nothing like that, and maybe he comes back better next season than he did this year. So I'm still open to that possibility. I just knew this year it wasn't going to happen for him. People were like, yeah, when Chris Middleton gets back, it wasn't going to happen this year. So maybe he can get it together for 1-2 more years to be that type of Chris Middleton player that we all know him to be. So it could happen for him there. But I think Boston is going to be the consensus favorite. I don't look at them as far and away as others do.
Mhm.
I think Cleveland, Milwaukee, and the Knicks are closer to them than people give them credit for.
Yeah, I definitely don't think Milwaukee's done. Cleveland, I want to see more from. New York, I want to see. I don't want to see more from. I want to see it again.
Mhm.
Philly, I don't know. Apparently, the story now is James Harden is torn
I saw that.
between Philadelphia and Houston.
If there's a team that's run its course, it's Philly, I think.
100%.
Yeah, Philly's done.
Because I still think going into next season, it's still Milwaukee and Boston on one tier. The Knicks, to me, are still a team full of number twos. They have no number one guy on that team.
That's funny.
What do you mean?
They're full of number twos. I don't know why. I just find that funny.
A middle school D-Lo.
It's like the
Yeah,
sophomore class.
I know.
Cleveland, like I said, Cleveland's got to show me something. And honestly, the NBA next year is going to be real wide open. That's why I think. That's why, honestly, that's why I'm saying the Kings need to take that chance. I could honestly see the Kings in the finals next
But
year.
what's like define taking the chance? What do you mean?
Even a trade like for OG would be a chance.
Okay. All right.
Like
Yeah,
at minimum.
Yeah, I don't think you could trade for OG without giving up Keegan.
Well, you have to give up the pick too, huh?
Yeah.
See, that's the thing I'm not so sure about. How much of OG's value is a smidge bit lower because he's entering the final year of his deal.
That may be
Like you're getting him, but like it's I mean, it's obviously it's not impossible,
Mhm.
but how high of a price can you command when you could lose them for nothing
Right.
in 8
That's a good
months or
point.
whatever?
That's a good point. Maybe you won't have to do.
Could you
put Keegan in that Uncle Keegs?
Would you fight to keep this year's pick, give up whatever pick you have to, and bring in Uncle Kris?
Uncle Kris.
Kris Murray. Uncle Kris. Like the baby won't even know. The baby would literally not know. Just bring in Uncle Kris.
So keep this pick.
You fight to keep this pick. You give up whatever else you have to. I still don't see a scenario where an OG trade works.
I don't either.
But it's like
because it's like Rashawn, because you need money. You can't trade Harrison Barnes unless Harrison Barnes wants to go to Toronto.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's no way to do that.
It's kind of like you said yesterday, though. Like it's probably going to be a deal we don't maybe see coming.
A Kings deal,
yeah,
like the Kevin Huerter thing.
Because they're just like we know what they're missing. They're that one more player away, I think, from setting themselves apart. They'll be really good next season, no doubt. I think they'll be top 3 with this roster, top 4 at the very least. But I think they're missing that one that sets them apart, that maybe puts you in a tier with the Denver Nuggets. Mm-hmm. Right now, you're with the Clippers, the Suns. You're in that group. The Nuggets, I think, have set themselves apart. But like I said, the Kings are just missing that one to get them in that tier.
I'm trying to figure out who that guy is.
I don't know who it is either.
Trying to figure out who
Dwight
that guy
Howard
is.
Dwight Howard puts us over the top.
I'm not. Once again, I'm not mad at Dwight Howard. I know you aren't either.
Absolutely
I'm not.
not.
Mad at Dwight Howard.
But that's not the player.
Right.
I signed Dwight Howard in a second. I don't know who it is either.
The thing about
realistically, I don't know who it is.
The thing about it, the reason why it's a catch-22 situation. Which comes first, the chicken or the egg? The reason why the league is so wide open is the same reason why I don't know if the Kings can take advantage. The league is wide open because there's no superstars that can go nowhere really, or close to superstars. And the Kings might not be able to take that next step because there's no superstar to go all in on to get you over the hump.
But is OG a superstar?
No, that's the whole point though. Like OG.
But is that? I guess I'm confused as to what you're saying.
Is OG taking anybody over the top? I think maybe you guys are confused or not confused, convinced that he could take the Kings over the top. I'm not.
I do. Yeah, I absolutely do.
Championship, to NBA Finals potential,
to a Western Conference playoff berth, to a Western Conference Finals berth, or sure, a finals. Yeah, I think he's I think he would be a huge acquisition. The deal matters. It's like what Dame was talking about. Well, you ain't going to give me for free. So what's it look like? What's it do to the Kings? Like you can't maintain and improve. I don't know how you maintain getting OG, because I don't imagine Toronto's jumping. Oh, well, we want Rashawn. The whole deal starts with Rashawn Holmes. Mm-hmm. Well, God bless Rashawn. I don't think that's realistic. Jesse?
I was going to say, I think maybe looking at it as if, is OG going to take you over the top might be the wrong way to look at it. Like a trio of Fox.
Next level?
Next level. I'm saying like a trio of Fox, Sabonis, and OG, like that trio, I think gets you over the top. If you get what I'm saying, maybe I'm just going around circles, but like you just need that one person to help Fox and Sabonis. They'll get you over the top, but you need that one guy to kind of
put it all together.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about this.
Who is there a player for you that does it? That what Jesse just laid out.
OG's close. OG is.
I feel like you hate OG. Your face crinkles every time I bring his name up.
No, I just think about if he was that good, Toronto wouldn't be getting rid of him.
But that's too simplistic. We've been over this since Toronto beat the crap out of the Kings at the Golden One Center. Those players aren't bad. Why doesn't it work? I don't know.
But why don't they choose OG over the people they're choosing?
What do you mean?
Why wouldn't they trade Pascal and keep OG?
OG's contract's expiring.
Sign him if he's that good.
Maybe he doesn't want to.
Well, that's a whole nother scenario.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not speaking. I don't represent OG Anunoby, but I'm just there's got to be multiple layers to this.
Could be.
OG's clutch, right?
I don't know.
I think OG's clutch. And if he
no,
is,
he's
then that throwing a new little dynamic to all of this.
I saw something with Clutch yesterday too that I did not like.
Well, you gonna tease us, Big Daddy V, or you gonna tell us?
I ain't Big Daddy. I'm not Big Daddy V. No.
What'd they do?
They had this whole ad campaign with New Balance, which isn't a bad thing at all.
Well,
I don't have no problem with
You
that.
can't like ostracize shoe companies. Like they've got multiple guys to work with.
No, but something came through my mind. We better not work out no deal with Fox or New Balance.
Well, he did wear New Balance once.
Yeah.
Or I think it was only once.
Don't do that. Rich, don't do that, Rich. Don't do that.
Yeah, I don't like that.
I'm gonna call
idea
Chris Haynes and tell him to text Rich to be like, yo, tell him no. No, don't do that.
Don't act like you don't have Rich Paul's phone number. No one's buying that.
I don't. I almost met him that one time. I would have asked him for his phone number. I was like, bro, we need to, communicate, maybe have you on the show. But no, that's not what you do nowadays.
I mean,
what's your IG, bro?
We broke the Fox Clutch story. Like,
what's your IG, bro? You got IG? That's what they do nowadays.
Shoot you my handle.
Yeah, that's what they
well,
do.
you know what the new iPhone got? They got the old school, the old school two-way where you would beam people your contacts. So now they got the thing.
Wait a minute, beam people.
Yeah, when you had
was talking on the chart. I thought we was talking on the chart.
No, when you got the old school Motorola two-way, you could you hold your two ways kiss.
Have that
iPhones?
Yeah, I thought they did.
I
Maybe
don't
they
think
do.
so. I know you could do it with your HomePod. Like if you take your phone and touch your HomePod, it'll play like whatever record that you're playing. But now you take your phone. Hey, Rich, take out your phone. Just tap his phone and send him your contact.
Come on, man. But it's the IG now. It's the IG. Like, what's your IG, bro? What's your IG?
Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm hung up on this phone thing. Did you catch the other feature that I didn't realize?
I was about to ask you if we talked about. I think it was me and Kim who talked about it.
The contact?
What contact?
The new like the way like I can control what your phone says when I call.
No, I didn't see that. I didn't see that.
Boy, there's brothers all over the world panicking over this new feature.
So even with like what's on the screen?
Yeah.
Yeah. Glad I'm out the game.
All them brothers who got the side pieces name saved as
what
mechanic.
You mean, Zion? I didn't know that. Now we were talking about Zion. I didn't know that.
Well,
that poor guy.
Did you see everything going on with him this morning?
This morning? No, what happened to Zion?
Oh, buddy.
Yeah, so you didn't know, man.
What happened?
Just do a Twitter search real quick.
Yeah, man, it's crazy right now. The feature, while you do that, the feature I thought you were talking about, which actually is pretty cool, is the FaceTime messages.
Yeah, that's dope.
That's pretty sick. Yeah,
that's dope.
Pretty sick. They might have me go,
Y'all
straight to the next year with the iPhone. Well, actually, that'll all probably be on. Yeah, Zion.
The first thing that
I keep seeing tweets.
Zion hiding
his when she stops. I just keep seeing new tweets.
Dude, she's got Snapchat screenshots. It's bad.
Wait, who the? Oh, so I see Trista's video, and obviously I can't hear Trista talking. All I see is she got like the eggplant emoji.
Yo, it's wild, man. I don't know if this is Zion's ex-girl, if it was a side piece or whatever, but she's unloading the clip. She is tweeting out everything that's coming to her mind right now. And it's wild. No filter.
Oh, man. This is
no filter whatsoever.
Oh, no. Oh, I can't even read that tweet out loud.
I can't read any of them, I don't think.
Oh, no.
Somebody go save that man, please.
Oh, Zion. Goodness great. How did I miss this? How did I miss this? Why don't y'all ever don't send me this. Just say, hey, you might want to go look this up. Oh, that's spectacular. Someone said Zion hiding his convos on Snap under the name Zion Williamson. That's not good. That's not good. Oh yeah, iPhone. This new iPhone operating system going out everybody. Y'all, some of y'all out there living that life, man. You better rethink your strategies.
I'm out the
There's
game.
gonna be
bro.
new Android users all over the place.
So I'm out the. I mean, there's the main reason I'm out the game is because I have a beautiful woman, but it's just crazy.
I can't
nowadays,
imagine
bro.
having to date.
It's crazy
Oh,
nowadays, bro.
I can't imagine.
There's too much going on, man.
Yeah, I cannot.
Too
imagine.
much, man.
Shout out Bobby Gerald. He said he's here for the Clippers talk.
We got to talk to Bobby, man.
Yeah. Oh, you talk about it. If we talk about Bryant West season around the draft, man. Bobby
it's
Gerald
definitely
around the
Bobby Gerald
draft.
season.
Bobby,
Absolutely.
we're calling you, bro.
Yeah.
It's Dealing with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino. Shout out to our brother on Twitch. He's here on Twitter as well. Kobe was going to the Bulls, not the Clippers. It's a different year, bro. We appreciate you trying to get through to us on every media platform. That's the wrong year.
Yeah, man.
That was later.
That was the trade. He wanted to be traded.
Yeah,
It
it was a different year. We'll come back. Bryant Williams coming up in Bryant West, coming up in 30 minutes, and I don't know what's next. I honestly don't. I have a show planned. Haven't touched it yet, but I don't know. Maybe we'll keep searching Zion Williamson's name on Twitter.
Don't do it. Reconsider.
It's ESPN 1320. All of it.
Let me get my drink real quick.
Mm-hmm. Could you bring me my green one, please? The thing I remember the most about that Kobe Chicago rumor was, didn't Chicago go to shit after that? Like Chicago, they were shook by the trade rumors and just died. Oh yeah. No, I got you, Dave. Wouldn't do that. I thought about it for a split second. Was like, not a good idea. Not a good idea. This might be the name of today's show. Goodness gracious.
That's solid. I'll name it that today.
There you go. Brian Cruz. The rabbit hole keeps giving. Where's TK? I still got that pulled up. Funny thing is, I bet Bobby remembers all of those bad Clipper teams. He got a memory like Kenny's.
What one of these? Your pick?
Oh, no, I don't think so. Appreciate you, though.
So every time
Who's? Oh, Bailey's birthday. Yeah.
So every time I go into there and ask me to get the juice, I'm always looking for it. It took me longer than it should have to find that because I was looking for the green juice.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm thinking it's green, all the way green. That doesn't look green at all. I was I think it is.
Might have been hidden behind my protein shake too. So sorry about that.
I figured it out. And then I actually picked it up. Your mom would say, won't you move something in there? And then you can see, I picked it up. I was like, oh, there it goes. Hey, Mario, guess what? I need to holler at you, dog, man. I got some shoes. No, I really don't. I was going through. I got about 5 shoes now. I got to do it one at a time.
Mario, I got some shoes for you too. I'm just fearful they might explode. I keep looking down at those Carolina 11s when was the last time I wore those?
Just walk around the house. Just got to put them on, wear them.
I know, but if I just leave it there, I know they're not going to blow. I'm fearful. I don't want those. Well, you know what? The crazy part is too, I have a pair. I bought those 15 years ago. I got a pair that's never been out the box.
Wear them tonight, bro.
What's today? 2023? Maybe, probably 15 years ago.
They're hanging on by a thread, I'm telling you.
Oh, come on, man.
Now, granted, I've never had a pair like that in my life. I've never seen it actually with my own 2 eyes. I've just seen it on Instagram. So who knows how long those people have those shoes? They could be 25 years old. Yeah, Mario, hit me on IG, bro. I need the number again. I need the contact.
You guys see the on this day for LeBron's Game 6 performance was today against
the
Boston?
Game 6?
Yep. I think that's the moment I stopped hating him. Like, what am I going to hate this guy for? He's going to kick our ass forever.
Well, I don't know what to tell you. I'm speaking into the mic. I don't know. I'll try, King City fan. I'll try. I'll work on it.
We did maybe we just scoot like so you can because I can face Jesse. So it's a little bit different. I hate this desk. That's really what it boils down to. Is this desk is ass.
Oh, that's poor desk. It's pretty harsh on the desk. I don't know.
Well, we could this should what would have been perfect is if everything lines up like this way, where we're on this side, we're essentially facing Jesse, and this is all behind us. That was just to us. I sent the pull back, Dr. David. I was so frustrated with that damn thing.
I feel like shorty low.
Let's clean up our act a little bit. Bryant West of the Kings Herald is going to be with us coming up in about 30 minutes. We'll talk a lot of Kings basketball with him. We'll talk Kings roster. We'll talk Kings draft picks coming up in about 22 days with our man Bryant. Bryant's going to be with us a lot over the course of the next couple of weeks. And Will Z returns to the show tomorrow. Will Z will be back with us for the first time. If Jordy Fernandez was here, he'd call him daddy. Jordy, by the way, the Jordy stuff is, I don't know what's happening. There's a Toronto Star report. We saw it yesterday. I got a chance to read the entire thing today that says Jordy won't interview again with Toronto. And the weird thing about that is it sounded like another guy that they were really leaning on was Sergio Scariolo, who they didn't interview. He was due for an interview in Toronto. And then that got called off. I didn't even know Steve Nash was in contention for this job. And they said he's not getting it. Who the hell is Toronto hiring then?
I don't know.
Now, this contradicts everything we heard like 2 weeks ago. So maybe they're starting over. I'm confident the information we got was accurate. I don't know what they're doing. I don't know who's getting another interview with them.
It kind of sounds like I don't know if Toronto knows what they're doing.
They might not. They might not be. I mean, the draft is 3 weeks away. Like, I mean, there's a lot that goes into this, but I don't know. I have no idea if Jordy's still up for this job or not.
Yeah, a part of me feels like it's a year early for Jordy.
Okay.
Year early. I've always kind of felt that. And then when it sounded like he might get the Toronto job, I was happy for him. I think he's ready. But usually when you see these things, I feel like there's one more good Kings season before he actually goes and gets his job.
The article I sent you guys yesterday about Jordy not being one of the finalists, it made it seem like Toronto was almost like okay with, like you said, restarting and waiting till they get their guy. Like they're willing to take it as long as they want.
Who the hell is their guy? Like that's the exact impression I got. Like, who is your guy? Like Monty's gone.
Yeah.
I mean, is Doc your guy? Is Mike Budenholzer your guy?
And are those guys?
They do know they need a coach, right?
Right. Are those guys coming to Toronto?
I don't think so.
The way they are right now.
I don't think so. I don't think Doc's going to Toronto.
Jordy would be a great fit for Toronto.
Perfect. I mean, I don't know what to consider Steve Nash. Steve Nash is not a veteran coach. But all of the other names.
Why is he getting another shot?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Is once you shouldn't, like, Steven Silas has to be an assistant now, right? He's with Monty. He has to be an assistant. He has to rebuild. Now I get the win-loss record for Steven Silas and Steve Nash
Mhm.
were very, very different.
Yeah.
But does anybody look at Steve Nash's time in Brooklyn and go, hey, Steve did a good job?
No, absolutely.
Like, is Steve is he too above? Is his name too above being an assistant?
Well, different situations, but that's what they always ask Mark Jackson to go do.
How much of it do you think people blame on Kyrie, KD, James Harden than Steve Nash, or like around the league?
Oh, around the league, they probably blame it on the players.
Yeah,
like maybe that's why they're giving benefit of the doubt.
I don't mind that he's getting interviewed again. It seems like. So is it the question more was, is it head coaching job or bust? Like Steve Nash doesn't have to be an assistant. Like he's only going to take head coaching job interviews.
Now I don't know. And I will also say in this situation, there's probably a nostalgic connection with the Canada thing, so that probably moves him up to the top of the list sooner than other jobs that may have been open.
Yeah.
So, that would go over real well in Toronto if Steve Nash was the coach. I don't think he coaches. I think he's like the director of Canada basketball, like their national team. I think he does something
like Grant Hill is.
Yeah, he does something with the national team. So I'm also, willing to say that may have something to do with why he gets moved to interview status so quickly.
So there's something fascinating about that I just want to take a look at. So talk amongst yourselves. I'm literally looking up a map of Canada.
I think he's from the west side of Canada. So
okay, thank you. He is. Yeah. British Columbia.
Yeah.
And then Toronto, as we're aware, is way over here.
Right.
Why do we do this with Canada? It's like, wow, it's a heartwarming story. Just like it's Canada. It's not like it's the whole entire country, so it counts.
Yeah, I think with Steve Nash,
it's not even close to British Columbia.
Well, with Steve Nash, he's a Canadian hero.
Well, I'm sorry, Bret Hart's the only Canadian hero I recognize.
Yeah, that's true. Did they like Bret Hart in Toronto? Because he's like from the middle.
Well, that's always the that was always the funny thing to me. What they'd say you'd be in Canada.
Was it
Calgary?
Calgary. Yeah, Calgary's actually probably like more on the west side.
But you'd be nowhere near Calgary. Oh, we're in Bret's hometown. No, you're not. You're in Canada. You're in his home country. I guess when it's the
but they
only
love him
team,
just the same, though, right?
I guess when it's the only team there, and I guess in Bret's case, when you're the only big WWE superstar, then
so to that point, Bret's from Calgary.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know for sure. I think that's either middle or on the west side.
I closed my map of Canada.
Where did the screw job happen? Montreal, which is on the east coast of Canada.
Yes, it wasn't his hometown.
And you know the scene there. They were going crazy for him. They loved him there.
Yeah, they did.
So it's probably the same thing with Nash.
That's weird.
Yeah.
So it was a courtesy interview?
I don't know. Well, I think it would be a real interview.
And then he was the GM for the Canadian men's basketball team from 2012, 2019.
Oh, you don't have it no more?
No.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, Alberta. Yeah, Calgary, Alberta is it's near Edmonton. It's off to the west a little bit.
Mm.
And then there's Toronto's damn near in America.
It is. And
what was the other city we were talking about?
Montreal
Montreal
is over by
Toronto.
Yeah,
Montreal that's the Quebec region, right? So that's all the way out east.
The Montreal screw job.
This don't make no sense.
We've hit what ifs, Zion, Canadian geography, and Bret Hart today.
That Zion one, boy, that one crazy.
It was all part of the plan.
That Zion one crazy. Is there something specific you wanted to talk about real quick?
that went out the window about 90 minutes ago.
Okay, because once again, guess where I heard this on the way in? That I wanted to run by you. Did you see the Dan Lillard clip that's floating around? And about Jokic. And he said that if Jokic were a American,
I saw the Skip Bayless one.
I didn't see that one.
This Levitard said, "Yeah, the sad reality is like Skip needs Shannon. Shannon doesn't need Skip. Like Skip's about to be lost." That's the clip I saw.
And he's right.
He's 100% right.
But Levitard says something to the. I would say to play it, but he curses on there. But he said something to the effect that Jokic, like it's like crazy that he used the word hate. I don't think anybody hates Jokic, but he's not as celebrated here because he's not American. He said if he was American, they would go crazy over Jokic. And he said, you know, the white American on top of that, like, yeah, they would go crazy over Jokic. But because he's not, once again, he said hated. I don't think he really means hated. Like, I'm not taking that literal. And I don't agree
Doesn't
with
get
it
the
either.
same love.
Right. And I was just thinking, I was like, that's not really accurate. And that's not the case. I don't think Jokic gets love simply because, and Stu Gatz, who I agree with Stu Gatz on this one. He said his game is nasty. His game's ugly. He is unbelievably
It's not graceful.
talented.
Yeah, it's not graceful.
And he can do some beautiful things sometimes. But I don't see a kid reenacting Jokic's every move.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's really what it comes down to. And
I 100% agree with that in Stu Gatz. Like we've talked about like how basketball is graceful. Excuse me, how basketball is graceful. I don't think Levitard's terribly off though. I do think there's a component to him.
There is a component, but I think if he was from Michigan and played the same way, I don't think it would be like a complete 180 because he's Michigan or because he's American. That they
might
love
be
him
a
now.
160. Like I think it would be different. I do because I wonder this sometimes with and I know there's probably another. I wonder this sometimes with Giannis and Joel, because I feel like Giannis and Joel are they're as good and as graceful. Like their games are beautiful. Like they're up there, but they don't get it. They're not like LeBron level. They're not. Hell, I feel like Tatum might get more run than they do.
And here's the biggest thing to me as I think about all this. It's the center thing. That's what it comes down to. Because they celebrate the hell out of Luka. He's not from here.
True.
But he has guard skills and he does all this guard stuff.
Yep.
The big man ain't never gonna really sell like that. They're never like, we love the jump shot, we love the handles, we love, being able to.
Why do you think that is? Can't relate to him?
Well, it's just not fun. Like a drop step isn't fun. A step back is a lot more fun to watch and get you out of your seat more than a drop step or a jump hook.
Was that always the case?
No.
Do you think
I think Jordan changed it. When we saw Jordan do what he did, we were in awe of that. And we wanted more. What Tristan always says, like a drug, we wanted more of that.
Crack.
We wanted more of that. So we were looking for more. We're always in search of more. And then you got the Steph situation now too. And I think we're in awe of Steph and we're looking for more. And I said, I didn't send you or I didn't show you a video of a young lady with her drop steps. I showed you the young lady in 8th grade who can do all the stuff with the handles and do all that. It's more fun to watch. It's more fun. That doesn't mean it's the most effective.
No, I get it.
That doesn't mean like drop steps and jump hooks don't matter, but it's more fun to watch.
Yeah, that checks out. All of these different things could be at play, I guess.
Not being American plays a factor as well. I do think there.
But Luka's a great point though. Like Luka's jerseys everywhere, and
but
he's a guard.
I even think Luka would be even bigger if he was from Michigan. It would be a little different. So
it's fascinating.
They have
That's fascinating.
They have a
His game is
young
ugly,
ball
though.
player. It's
His game is
falling
ugly.
all over
It's
the place.
amazing. It's freaking
He
amazing.
just falls all over the place. And
It's-
hits a jump.
It's one of one, right? Like there's never been anyone in the league like this
Nah.
who is this good. Where you're watching him like, wow.
The thing,
Like he's falling all over the place with the ball, and all of a sudden he just whips off the most beautiful pass you've ever seen.
even the pass, the alley-oop to Aaron Gordon the other day,
Mhm.
it was just crazy. Like he's just kind of spinning, like kind of off balance, and he spins around and throws this perfect alley-oop to Aaron Gordon. It was amazing
One
to
of
see.
one.
It was amazing to see. And then the other thing that always I'm in awe of with him is his touch around the basket is crazy.
Mhm.
Like especially for a
Feels
big
almost
man.
automatic.
Yeah, like if it hits the rim, like he's got the softest touch and spin on these shots where they almost seem to always fall in.
Yeah.
He's a joy to watch for sure. There's a young white kid who I think is supposed to be the number 1 pick next year. American, either next year or the year after.
Okay.
But I saw something. He was at the combine or something like that this back, but he was just like working out just to work out. But I mean, maybe we'll see what happens if he is that
And
number 1 guy.
he's a guard
I think
or a wing.
or he's a
maybe
big
the
man.
pro-
I think he's big man, but he's got guard skills. It's almost like a smaller version of Victor.
Huh.
I think that's what I saw. Because
Well,
he's
so-
definitely not a guard. He's probably like 6'9", 6'10", maybe even taller than that.
Watching
Well, hell,
how
we'll see what happens with Chet. Chet's from America.
Well, yeah. Well, yes, very true. So, are we looking for? Well, let me mention you're listening to D'Lo and Casey on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5, FM KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app, live on Twitch and YouTube as well. If you want to watch the show, and it's been it's been a watch today. Are we looking for the Great White Hope? Is that what we're talking about, or are we looking for like a big who can get over? Because
I think some people are looking for the Great White Hope. I don't think you'll ever get a big that can get over.
well, okay, because the number 1 pick in this year's draft, like, can be hyped up to hell by basketball people, but you don't think he's going to be embraced?
He'll be embraced, but see, Victor also has guard skills. He does guard things that I think will kind of elevate him. Like as much as we love, and Joel shoots the ball well, Jokic shoots the ball well, but they're not with the handle step back shooting like we've seen Victor do.
Was Shaq the most popular player in the league at one point?
Yeah, I think so.
Did Steph change it?
Because
you said, and I know, I get your point.
he
with
changed
Jordan.
kind of like the other thing that we're looking for. Now we look for that deep 3 or that 35-foot, pull up 3 or something.
Well, I feel
that.
like because of Steph now, we're looking to hit like 8 threes a game or 9 threes a game. Whereas that when a player hits 6 threes in a game, that was a huge deal. Now it's Tuesday.
Right.
Now it's nothing.
Right.
And I feel like that's a Steph Curry generation type stat.
Could be. Yeah, could be. I was watching this video the other day of Ray Allen. I think it was game 6, 2001 against the Sixers. He hit like 9 threes, scored 42 points. And I was like, man, I wonder what Ray would look like in this day and age.
Oh,
Because Ray could shoot the rock. He was a shooter, and he was really like leaned heavy. He was one of the first guys. Like he didn't do it as much in Milwaukee, but when he got to Seattle, he was like 3-point shooter off the bounce, all that other stuff. But it was still relatively new. I wonder what he could do in this era. But to answer your original question, I think we're looking for somebody with guard skills. And if they're 6 whatever and 6'11", 7'1", and can do stuff on the perimeter, that's going to catch people's attention. I know Jokic plays on the perimeter a little bit, but he's still, once again, he's sloppy. And number 2, he still like does stuff around as Hubie Brown would say, the painted area.
Mm-hmm.
And I just don't know, like,
yeah, it's Giannis.
Yeah,
it's like what Giannis does.
Yeah, I don't know if a big man is ever gonna. So Shaq was able to be that way because we had literally physically never seen anything like Shaq.
Right.
And that was a phenomenon.
Yeah. What is also a phenomenon is opening up a mock draft every day and seeing the same exact thing, seeing the same exact name, seeing the same exact picture. Number 24. I really like the Ringer a lot, especially at draft time. I really like their draft coverage. I think their breakdown of players is always very fun. It's very good. Their latest mock draft, you won't believe this, Kings fans, has Kris Murray slotted at number 24. I was like, you know what? That's fine. That's fine because I like the Ringer. And I want to see what they have to say.
Come on, man.
The description, the descriptive explanation that they used essentially boiled down to the last line. Why not draft his brother?
Okay, well, that's what we're doing now. That's how we're constructing teams.
Hey, if Kris is the dude, great. I would just really love to. Hey, they need wings. Well, draft his brother. Keegan worked out. All right.
Oh, man.
Literally everywhere.
Yeah, I got to see more of Kris. I got to be fair. I haven't really dove into his film. I just seen what I seen. I've seen a game or two. He looks like a really good ball player.
Have you dove into a lot of? Obviously, it's very, very different than.
Yeah, not yet, man. Not yet. I really haven't. Like I know some of the names around there, but
have you watched Leonard Miller from the G League?
A little bit.
I like him. He and maybe this is a prisoner of the moment. And this is what I thought of him in something I was reading about him the other day. And I think it was the Ringer. That was the one I read this morning. It had to have been the Ringer. Described him as like he's almost like a Miami Heat guy. Like he's a defender with and this goes to the many conversations we've had about defense and offense and what you choose to sacrifice. But he's a defender who's very capable on offense.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the Ringer had him slotted at 18. So I was like, feels kind of high, but it's in the ballpark. Let me look around here. Found him at 15 and thought, oh, okay, this is probably going to be tough. And I found him at 28.
Come on, man.
The first player that we mentioned when the Kings landed at 24, and it was, weeks before we got into discussion. But when first discussion we had, I mentioned the kid from Ohio State.
Yeah.
Bryce Sensabaugh. That'd be cool. I like that. I've seen his name in the second round. Look, I'm not Bobby Gerald. I'm not Bryant West. I don't dig in the film like these guys do.
Yeah.
But damn, I can't narrow down where these guys are going to go in this draft.
Especially this late in the draft. Like,
yeah,
it's a complete crapshoot.
And we're never looking this late, so I don't know how normal this is.
See, that's what I was saying. Like when I was telling James the other day, I said maybe it's just one of them things that this is normal. This happens every year around this time.
We're just not paying attention.
Never looking here. Yeah. But I mean, I think there's also a situation where there's a lot of really good prospects. Really good prospects. I always talked about how loaded this draft seemed to be with guys who are freshmen leading their college teams going late first round, mid-20s. I mean, they had some guys. We talk about all the time how much we like Jaylen Wilson at Kansas. Second rounder. Nobody got him in the first round.
Yeah.
Second rounder, I think he can really play. So I think that's why you get some of the discrepancies in these mock drafts. Number one, because, it's so hard to tell what people are going to do so late. But also, I think there's a lot of good prospects in this draft.
We're going to get to break down these prospects, man. This is going to be fun. It's like, but just be a little more creative.
And now that was ridiculous.
Just like, this is like, we're 3 weeks out now. If the bit was like, all right, let's just get the first one up. We're 5 weeks away. We're 4 weeks away. That's fine. we're 3 weeks away from tomorrow. Like, come on, man.
Not that this matters.
Like, how is there no player universally slotted anywhere except Kris Murray at 24? I can't even get players I like drafted in like the same a consensus same round.
Yeah.
But somehow Kris Murray at 24, it is there everywhere.
And I don't know if this necessarily matters, but Kris hasn't even come out for a workout, has he?
I don't think so.
I don't think he has. It's not the end all be all, but there's
Hey,
literally
Keegan,
no
go.
connection outside of his brother to this organization.
I mean, it's a pretty big connection, but, and it's 100% magnified because it's his twin brother. That's the bit, because it's like it's just another Keegan Murray. Just look like the Ringer said. Why not draft his brother?
Nobody's saying Detroit should draft Marcus Bagley.
No one with a brain. We'll come back. This is going to be fun. We're going to talk to James Ham at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. We're going to talk to Bryant West next here. Much more draft coverage ahead on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
All right, 13th round. I got a show every day now.
Moves by Big
That is for the Patreon. Got a show every day now. I got to get a graphic for kicking it with KC. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to the Jordan brand. Shout out to the dope ones. Big ups to them. And as always, shout out to Cola Sea Moss. Strawberry lime today. I think strawberry lime might be my favorite. I like the pineapple as well, but strawberry lime might be my favorite. Go to colaseamoss.com. Go get some. Check out all the flavors. See what you like. Go check that out. Today I got to talk about Tank Davis going to jail. He was on house arrest for 90 days, stemming from a hit and run situation he had years back. But there was a quote unquote impromptu hearing, and come to find out, Tank, who was supposed to be staying at trainer Calvin Ford's house for the house arrest, was staying at the $3.4 million penthouse, I believe in downtown Baltimore. And that's where he was staying at. Judge didn't like that, ordered him to go straight to jail. Tank was recorded talking from jail, saying that the judge has it out for him. She's crazy. He had been in constant communication with his lawyers. His lawyers said it was acceptable. And now all of a sudden she's saying that, it's not to be done. The thing that I would say about that, and all that may be true, and if it's true, that's unfair in its own right. But I'll say this, man. If the original agreement for you to stay out of jail was to stay at Calvin Ford's house, I would just play it safe and stay at Calvin Ford's house the entire time. Like that's what I would do. I'm not going to take any chances by going to a penthouse or going here. I would just stay at Coach Ford's house, man. And like I said, I don't know if he got bad lawyer advice. I don't know if the judge changed what she agreed to or said was acceptable per his lawyers. But just to be safe, I probably would have stayed at Coach Ford's house. Now he said that, the security, it was a 1-bedroom apartment. They wouldn't be able to have a security there or whatever. I wouldn't even go by what the lawyers say. I would go by what the judge said before I made that move. But either way, hopefully it changes. We're back here on D-Lo and KC. Little Biggie, hypnotized. We're back on here. Boy, Dave, can't wait to see his face when this one happens. But I also can't wait to see his face when he sees man, Bryant West.
Hey, buddy, how you doing?
Guru here on D-Lo and KC. And Bryant, man, it's been a while since we talked to you. First and foremost, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great, bud. I appreciate you guys having me on.
I don't know if we talked to you during the playoff run at all. So, I mean, let's start on a happy note. Not that we're going to a bad note, but that playoff run, I mean, was it everything that you hoped and expected it to be? Just the vibes, not necessarily the outcome, but the vibes of everything that was going on. Real quick, right? Damian is back in. We are on.
All right. Well, in terms of the vibes, yes, this season was a dang delight.
No,
you didn't get the breaking news.
Hold on. One
Chris
second,
Haynes
Brian.
just reported that the Phoenix Suns have notified Chris Paul that he will be waived.
Whoa.
Ooh.
Wow.
Oh my
Again,
gosh.
Chris Haynes reports the Phoenix Suns have notified Chris Paul that he will be waived.
Wow.
He will be a free agent this year.
That's kind of wild.
Wow.
That's
That's a
incredible.
bombshell.
And that only
That's a
saves,
bombshell.
I say only, that's $15 million because he's owed 15. The contract was 30. He's owed 15. Like he'll get this 15 million.
Yeah. So the first thing that comes to my mind is now that's a place for Kyrie to go.
Yeah, that's certainly a spot he could go if
they
he
can't
and
go-
KD want to be on a team again.
Well,
Well,
that's crazy.
all right.
But and the funny thing is, like, people are like, why would he want to do that again? By all indications, KD likes Kyrie.
Yeah.
Like, he doesn't have any problem with playing on a team with Kyrie Irving. That could be the case again. But I say all that to say they can't be going into a season with your point guard being campaign.
Oh,
No, they definitely can't. They got to go figure out some other option.
I'm a little surprised.
I'm very surprised.
I thought they were going to do this next year. I didn't think they were going to, because next year they would have saved all 30. They have to have a plan, right?
It's Kyrie Irving.
Can we?
Because they don't have any trade assets. It's not to free up space to go get somebody.
There's no way.
It's to pay Kyrie Irving, in my opinion.
Would they have? So they'll have the money to like pay Kyrie? Because you still owe 15 to Chris Paul, right?
Yeah.
Like if he signs somewhere else,
Is
they
that how
still
that goes,
owe him
Brian?
15.
That's how that goes, right, Brian? He's still it's dead money or guaranteed money. Like
That 15 would be dead money. I don't necessarily know that they're gonna have cap space outside of him.
That's what I was trying to get at.
Well, now, well, okay. Sign and trade Ayton to Dallas.
There you go. That's it. That's it.
Yeah, there you go. Although
That's
then you're going into
the
next
deal.
season with Jock Landale as your pretty much only big.
Yeah, that's the deal. They're gonna trade DeAndre Ayton to Dallas for Kyrie Irving. That's it.
Kyrie, Book, and KD. Oh.
Hey, imagine going back to 2018 and telling somebody that Luka Doncic and DeAndre Ayton were going to be on the same team.
I'm sorry. Oh, that's a great call, Bryant.
Go get Bagley.
I'm
Go get Bagley, Dallas.
I'm sorry. Can we also point out what did you just say? KD, Kyrie, in Book. And Frank effing Vogel as the head coach.
There was just a report I saw this morning that Frank Vogel was like, I think Ayton can be one. Now, we're assuming Ayton has not been traded, or we haven't even heard anything about it. Yeah. But he just came out with a quote saying, like, I think he can be one of the best bigs in the league. I think he is one of the best bigs in the league.
Well, Frank Vogel's already on the hot seat. Frank Vogel just firmly put himself on the hot seat.
Oh, and Bryant, this is another domino. Chris Paul to LA.
Oh dear.
Oh well.
Chris Paul to the Lakers.
He'd be better than Russell. I'll tell you that.
Okay. Oh, D'Angelo Russell. You're right.
D'Angelo Russell. Oh no! You think I'm gonna
go up on him?
You think I'm gonna come onto this show and smack talk Russell Westbrook again? You crazy?
Brian in 11 months, and he comes out here and throws a jab like that.
No,
man, that's crazy. Hey, first of all, shout out to Chris Haynes.
Big ups, Chris
and
Haynes.
Charlene's Beauty Supply in Elk Grove for that breaking news.
I got to get over there. I got to get some beer bomb.
Wow,
come back.
Chris Paul informed he'll be waived, and I believe the deadline. I could be wrong. I think the deadline's like 23 days away. If they waive him now, he doesn't have to wait till July 1st, right? Or is that wrong?
He'd have to wait till July 1st to sign any new contracts, but he wouldn't even be able to talk to anybody, at least over the table.
I guess technically he wouldn't be waived until July 1st.
Right.
So, or July 30th or whatever the date of the contract is.
I guess that doing this early just makes it so that Phoenix knows they've got X days to figure out a replacement strategy, and it's probably somewhat of a favor to Paul hey, we'll let your agent go out there and start lining up dominoes for
favor my
landing
ass.
spots.
That's to put out there. We've got an open point guard position, and LeBron ain't going nowhere. So Kyrie, here you go, buddy.
I'm not. Maybe this is a little harsh. Phoenix low-key kind of looking like a mess right now.
Like, ain't no low-key about it.
I don't know what was going on in Phoenix.
Ain't no low-key about it. They're very much out there in the world looking like a mess.
Yeah. If KD even stumbles at all, he gets injured again, that window is not going to be open long. And when it shuts, it's going to shut. Like they traded all their picks to get KD.
Yep.
So,
wow. Y'all talking about Chris Paul to Lake, Chris Paul back to the Clippers.
Could go back to the Clippers. Well, Russ is going to be there.
I don't think he is.
Is he?
You think Russ going there?
No,
Where do you think Russ going?
Something like $150 there.
I don't know.
I mean, even if Chris Paul
maybe we're far enough away from it.
Even if Chris Paul signed for a couple million, he's still getting 15.
Maybe we're far enough away from it, but it really felt like who was signing Russell Westbrook to $10 million a year.
I don't know.
Maybe we're far enough away from it now where somebody be like, yeah, I'd do it. But at the time, at the end of the season, or it was like, that's not happening.
Yeah, I don't know who's doing it.
I think he wants to stay in LA.
I think he does too. And I actually think he would sign for minimal dollars there. But we'll see what their approach is. As we welcome in Bryant West to the Kings Show. Didn't plan on discussing Chris Paul being waived by the Phoenix Suns, but that's pretty much been the theme of the show. Haven't planned any of today's show. Didn't know Zion Williamson had a rough day on social media, but yet here we are.
Well, real quick before we got in, I was just asking Brian because we didn't talk to him during the whole playoff run and anything else like that. I was just, just for the vibes, man. Was that trip to the playoffs everything that you expected and more?
Oh yeah, all of last season was just the dream return to relevancy that we've wanted for 16 years now. Like if you told me a year ago, hey, the Kings are going to be the 3rd seed and they're going to take the champs to 7 games, I'd have thought you were crazy. I figured once this team broke their playoff streak, it would be by squeaking in through the play-in, but they were fantastic all last year. They have a true foundation moving forward. The front office, the coaching staff are really aligned. This team is in a dream spot that I really didn't expect to come this quickly.
And so now the tough part, Brian, is what's next? Like, how do you build upon that? And of course, you've got the draft about 3 weeks away, but I'm curious your thoughts on the roster, because there's going to be some turnover on this roster, or there's certainly the possibility of a lot of turnover on this roster. What do you think about some of those guys who are not talked about a lot, or free agents and we could see gone?
Yeah, it's going to be a complicated spot for Monty McNair. I think Jerry Reynolds said this on the Kings Herald show last week, but it's always good to remember that where a team starts in their ascension into the playoffs isn't necessarily the same roster they're going to have when they get to their peak. So we may not see, a third of the players on this team currently there when they're, hopefully competing for a title in a couple of years. To me, if they bring back everybody who's a key free agent, I'm talking Harrison Barnes, I'm talking Trey Lyles, that's fine. But to me, you have to keep moving forward with the goal of finding a long-term starter next to Keegan Murray and Domantas Sabonis. And that could certainly be Harrison Barnes next year. But if the playoffs scared me of any one thing, and I love that playoff run for a lot of different reasons, but if there was something that really worried me, it was how much the Kings got out-muscled around the boards and at that power forward spot. And I'm no longer convinced that Harrison Barnes is the starter on this team in the playoffs. Regular season, that's fine. He absolutely could be, but I really would love to see the Kings some way or another go out and add another power forward big man to this roster. Whether that's going out there and paying up for Naz Reid or, calling Toronto and seeing if the asking price for either one of their bigs isn't crazy high. I don't really know, but I do know that the first step in this process is figuring out what you're going to do with 24. And if that 24th pick is going to be shipped out, because at the end of the day, if you lined up all of the tradable assets that the Kings have this year, including, sign and trade Harrison Barnes, sign and trade Trey Lyles, those two are probably more valuable than the 24th pick. But unless you're getting out there and saying, one of the other starters is available, I don't think you're going to have a better tradable asset right now than that 24th pick. So
you're not. And one of the things that, I talk about on here, and it's when you talk about upgrading this team, there are moves, for bench guys and I don't want to minimize them, but say role players that you can do. But there's only one starting spot available, and you can decide whether or not that's a small forward and Keegan stays at the 4, or you move Keegan to 3 and put it go get a power forward. But that's it. Like, everything else is solidified. And when you talk about difference makers and guys that can change the trajectory of your franchise, man, I don't know if that guy's out there. I see what everybody's talking about with OG. I like Cam Johnson, but I don't know. Do you see a guy out there that can change the fortunes of what the Kings can be next year, available through trade or free agency this year?
Yeah, I think I've been saying this since they took Keegan last year, but OG has been my target for a long time and still is. Now, at the end of the day, push comes to shove. Am I going to pay up what Toronto's going to ask for him? I don't know. Reportedly at the trade deadline, they were asking for 3-4 first-round picks, and that's probably too rich for me, even a guy who has loved OG for a long time. But if the Kings got him in here and, moved Keegan Murray to the 3, I think OG could be that defensive difference maker that could help take this team to the next level, not just in the regular season, but in the playoffs as well. Cam Johnson, I love Cam Johnson. I don't necessarily know that he helps with the rebounding and toughness edge, but he'd be a great fit, another great shooter. But, this is a complicated moment for Monty McNair, because it's not like there are a dozen names out there in free agency or in the trading block that the Kings both have cap space or tradable assets to go get. So it's complicated, and it may not get fixed this year. But until there is a long-term 4 or 3, I personally think Keegan should rotate down to the 3 more permanently. But I do understand the argument. Until that guy is brought in, that has to be your top priority.
Brian, we were talking about this a few minutes ago, and I'm curious to get your thoughts on it, because you mentioned Toronto's asking price. How outrageous can Toronto be, knowing that OG's going into the final year of his contract, and whoever is signing him is, you're taking a risk. Obviously, that's it's part of the game, but it also affects the asking price. It's not trading a player with, 3 years left on his deal, or 2 years, or a year and a half like that. It's like you've got one opportunity to get this right. And I wonder if that drives down the asking price a little bit.
I think the asking price might be driven down as well, because it's not the trade deadline anymore, and teams aren't trying to trade for him at the last moment to bolster last season's playoff hopes.
Yeah.
The fact that his contract is ending, whatever he goes for, if he gets traded, they may decide to keep him with their new coach. Who knows? But if he gets traded, I do kind of expect that asking price will be lower than we may expect. Now, is it something that the Kings should pay? I don't know. What all it takes is one team willing to pull a Minnesota from last year and go above and beyond to bring in this guy, thinking that they're just one piece away, and suddenly the asking price isn't insane anymore.
So one of the things that I've asked all offseason is, are people willing to sacrifice some of their offense to get a little better on the defensive end, or get, I won't even put a little better, because that's it's not leading the witness, but that's not a fair assessment.
Mm-hmm.
Are you willing to get better on defense by giving up some of the offense? I say no, I'm not. I want them to continue. That's their identity. That's their strength. I said all last year, that's their superpower. I need them to stay top 5 on the offensive end. I don't want to give that up to move down to 11th offensively so you could be 17th defensively. I I'm not. Are you in the same boat where, you're willing to give up something on the offensive end and give up that identity to improve on the defensive end?
To me, the most important thing for this team to maintain is their shooting. They can't go trading Kevin Huerter for some shooting guard that's immediately going to be defense first. If Harrison Barnes is going to be replaced, it needs to be somebody who is close to as good on offense as he is. I would love to see more balance, but that's always because I've been a draft guy who has always tried to circle around defensive prospects. And to be fair, I don't think that the Kings have drafted defense first since Willie Cauley-Stein or something like that. I don't want to see this team sacrifice.
That was a defensive first guy. Wow.
Yeah. Well, he was when he got picked. He was absolutely he's going to come in and be a 1 through 5 Carter, and then that is not who he wanted to be.
Wild times.
Yeah, wild
times here in Sacramento.
I agree with you, Kenny. I don't want to see this team go out and bring. I'm trying to think of somebody who they could trade for who just be defense first that would tank the spacing, and nobody's coming to my mind. I don't want to see them bring in somebody who can't play offense close to what the Kings have been in this last year, because like you said, this team's superpower was very obvious last year. The foundation is set. We know the path forward. Incremental improvements, go out and get a guy who is close to as good on offense, but is better on defense, better on the glass. Hey, that's the step forward you could take.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this is going to come across harsh, but does Davion ruin the spacing? Because Davion's a defensive guy. And again, we saw what happened against Golden State.
Not necessarily it's more of a limitation. Like Davion can't go out there unless he's paired with more shooters, but it's the same thing with Fox. Like the limitation of this team is that Fox and Sabonis are not going to be more than average, better in the clutch, but average shooters. Mm-hmm. Davion's kind of the same way. It's redundant offensively, but man, was his defense great in the playoffs. He made me take back a bunch of words over the last couple of years with that defense in the playoffs, because he was something special. Now, at the same time, if they do go out and make a big swing, he might be the guy who gets added in to make a deal happen. Of all the starters and bench guys who have that value, like I'd trade him before I trade Monk. I'd trade him before I traded Huerter. So it's complicated, but the roster last year showed that they had the shooting around Davion. It does make it more complicated.
And to that point, I think with this particular team, because I agree with you, the shooting is the most important thing to building this roster. You can have 2 guys. You can't have 3 guys.
Yeah.
So when I say 2, Sabonis can't really shoot. Davion can't shoot. I think you're okay. I think you're fine that way. If you add another, you ain't got room for one more guy that can't shoot the ball to keep this offense the same way it is. I think it's two maximum guys that can't shoot. Everybody else has to be able to shoot the basketball. And when you're on the court, and this is where they kind of got in trouble. And I don't think Davion falls into this. I think he shoots the ball better than maybe people give him credit for, better than Bonte Hill gives him credit for. But you can't ever have more than one person, or excuse me, there can only be one person on the court at the time. That's a non-shooter in this King offense.
Especially in this
you can't have 2 guys that can't shoot. And if you already got 2 guys, if you got 2 guys on the roster that are really like that, then now that just messes up your matchups, because those guys can't ever really be on the court at the same time. Those 3 guys. So that's the way I look at it.
Yeah, and as you're looking at, kind of these draft prospects that are in the Kings range, I don't want to see them go out there and use the 24th pick on a guy who at least they don't think can be a shooter in a year or 2. Because I'm of the opinion that I don't necessarily see a guy coming in at the 24th pick immediately cracking the rotation. Now there may be some guys who could, and if it happens, hey, great for you. But it definitely, they can't go out there and be like, okay, we're going to draft a guy who we don't think can improve his shooting over time. To me, that's the one limitation I'd have with this draft pick.
Do you have a favorite at 24 yet?
I have a couple. One of them is CD Sissoko from the G League, and it's funny because he's probably the most questionable shooter of the guys who I like a lot. But 6'6" in shoes, 223 pounds, 6'9" wingspan. Go watch some Ignite tape just to go see Scoot Henderson. And I know you were talking about Leonard Miller earlier, but CD Sissoko just jumps off the page. That dude was 19 years old and making guys much, much older than him just feel him on every play on both ends of the court. A fantastic defender, but also one who took a decent step up in his shooting this year. Got to get better because he only shot 31% from three this year, but he's getting there. And I think he's got offensive versatility in terms of playmaking, an absolute bull in the china shop, getting to the rim. The shooting is the question mark there. But shooting's kind of a question mark for a lot of Kings favorites. Like, we let's talk about Kris Murray, because I agree with a lot of what you guys have said in the last week or so. Mocking Kris to the Kings because of Keegan is lazy. If you want to mock Kris to the Kings, I think Damian said this earlier, do it because Kris is a good ball player and would be good on this Kings team, and not because he's Keegan's brother.
Yeah, explain to me why it works. Like that's like not just because.
What did the Ringer say? Why not?
Yeah, that's exactly what it said. Why not draft his brother?
Come on, man.
Yeah, if there's one thing I'm learning,
that's why.
If there's one thing I think that this is proving with mock drafts, it's that once you get into the 20s, writers are just like, okay, how can I pump this out really quick and just have a quick blurb on the Kings here? I don't want us getting sick of seeing the same old mock drafts to get in the way of saying that Kris is a good prospect, because it's easy to get excited for Kris, considering that a lot of what he's good at is stuff that every team in the league needs more of. Like a 6'9" combo forward who's a solid or good shooter, defender, dribbler, driver, rebounder. Like, that's an easy sell in the modern NBA. He needs to prove it with his deep shot, his shooting efficiency. He shot 33.5% from deep last year. But at the same time, as I'm watching Iowa tape, I swear he got more defensive focus and more defensive eyeballs on him than even Keegan did last year. Now, he's definitely not as fluid as some prospects. He's pretty left hand and left side drive dominant, but you also don't see many collegiate players who are their team's leading scorer, deep shooter, and rebounder while averaging just 1.5 turnovers per game. Like, he's a composed basketball player who can do a lot of things well without making a lot of mistakes. And I think in a role like Keegan had last year, where he's the 4th or 5th option on the court, I think his shooting numbers will go up. He doesn't solve every one of the Kings' problems, but nobody who gets drafted at pick 24 is going to solve every problem. And in my opinion, every NBA TV should want as many multi-dimensional forwards as their rosters can hold. I disagree with the idea that you shouldn't draft Kris because they already have Keegan, Trey Lyles, and Kessler Edwards. I always want to have as much depth at the forwards as possible. And in my book, Kris is one of the more versatile forwards in the Kings range.
All right, Bryant, let's talk about.
I wonder where this is going.
Our guy, Emoni Bates. I said that people don't agree. Now, look, you could get him if your intel and your mocks, say, nah, he'll be around in the second round. Sure, I'll take him in the second round. But if you're not sure, I would take Emoni Bates at 24 and not think twice about it and look to get my, solid, I don't want to say role players, but guys that I know who they are. I look to get those guys in the second round. Is all that crazy? Is all that crazy to say Emoni at 24?
I don't necessarily think that Emoni at 24 is crazy. I'll give you this. You and I agree on wanting to take a big upside swing in this draft class. We may disagree on who our favorites of those upside swings would be, But if the Kings end the draft day with Emoni Bates on the roster, I'm going to be excited. I may have more concerns about him than I do some other prospects we'll talk about in this range, but clearly he is a Prom 6 scorer. Even last year, strong ISO scorer, loves attacking in the pick and roll, makes ridiculous shots look super easy. He doesn't have the athleticism or explosiveness that some of these other guys that the Kings have worked out have, but none of those other guys scored 29 straight points with defenses locked in on them and only them. My concern for him is that he's really got to prove that he can fit on a good team again. Eastern Michigan was near the bottom of NCAA Division I for total assists per game. And he had almost double the number of turnovers as he did assists. And for a guy who was the obvious best player on the court for most of their contests, like shooting 40.5% from the field and 33% from deep is worrying. And more so than any of these other, upside swing prospects, he's really going to have to prove that he can handle a smaller role because it's not something he's been asked to do from high school through college. The Kings or any NBA team that he goes to, they're not going to ask him to play like he did at Eastern Michigan. Is he going to thrive on as an off-ball scorer as they slowly ramp up his on-ball responsibilities? He shot 38.5% off of catch and shoot threes, so that potential is there. Is he going to play with more effort and awareness on defense when he's not being asked to carry an offense? I sure hope so, because he was a bad defender in the games that I watched. I hope he comes into this league and reminds us all why everybody was so excited for him a few years ago, because I think the narrative around him isn't really fair. But he's got to prove it first.
Great stuff from Bryant West. Bryant's going to spend some time with us over the course of the next few weeks leading into draft night. Bryant, we always appreciate you. We'll come back. Chris Paul due to be released by the Phoenix Suns. We'll talk about that. James Ham, top of the hour here is D-Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino. Continues here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Yeah, it was quick. The Chris Paul thing bit into it a little bit.
Yeah.
And the fact that I was watching the clock and still got in here late.
Well, no,
it took me a minute to realize that Kenny had turned his "I'm live on the radio" voice on. I thought he was just shooting the heck with me.
Mickey was talking to me, and I looked at the clock. I was like, "Oh, I'm fine." And
Jesse said we came back early.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's not your fault. Great stuff, Bryant.
Hey, I always appreciate coming on the best radio show in Sacramento.
I love it, man. Love it.
Always appreciate you both.
Nice.
Love it.
Much love, man.
Well, I'll text you. We'll get something set up for next week.
Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome. Thank you, my friend.
All right, big dog. Take
Thanks,
care, man.
bud.
All right. Bryant West. Great stuff, man. He is sharp. He is sharp. Oh, man.
Well, I didn't even think about that. Maybe. If he can stay healthy.
I think he'd be a good CP3 would be a good spot in Boston. He wouldn't have to do much, just run the offense.
Cut and paste.
That'd be a great spot.
Just gonna cut and paste to tomorrow at 117. Let's see if Chris wants to join. Oh, Chris is in Miami.
Oh yeah, he's working.
Batty Thursday with Will Z. Just text Matt George, see if he's available. I don't know if I can text Matt from my computer, can I? Matt George, I don't think I can.
Does CP3 do anything for the Lakers, though?
No, I don't think so. Yeah, see with Austin. If you could keep Austin Reeves there,
I feel like they would need more still out of their point guard.
trouble. So we'll be taking inquiries.
See, the thing about that is I didn't get any of that because we were looking for homes. We were actually looking for homes in Chicago, researching schools that were essentially the same.
That one is a free agent?
No, we're not.
But I think you took that the wrong way because of all the misquotes and all the bad stuff.
Listen, if this is the conversation,
I think Brogdon, Russell, he's on an expiring deal next season.
Mm.
Say, okay, you know, as unfair as that is, Magic never.
Is that the guy saying he was going to go to Chicago?
Yeah, every story says L.A. Every single remark says L.A. Every single one. So I know this is. I think he got his years mixed up.
Kobe?
Yeah, because in 2007, that was the Chicago year.
Yeah.
2007 was the year they thought he was getting traded to Chicago.
Yeah. Yeah. Mm.
No baddie Thursday with Matt George. All right. Oh, there we go. Brendan's a baddie.
HBK.
Brendan's a baddie.
Oh, this is awful. No spoilers. I'm watching Sparks Storm. Storm just put up 6 points in the first quarter.
Live?
No.
Oh.
Last night. 6 point quarter for the Storm.
I got Heat Spurs game 6 up in here.
Oh, you know what I noticed? I was watching a video one of Bailey's reels.
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't help but look over Nikki's shoulder. They got TV in there.
Come on, man.
This is what they think about you.
No love, man. No love. I wonder why we yell.
Told Aaron the meeting you just had was a little aggressive. Coddle these motherfuckers like. I was too aggressive yesterday, Jesse. That's what I was told. I was too aggressive. Too aggressive. I'm trying to figure out. Like, I don't know where I don't know where it originated from. You know who relayed it to me? I don't know where it originated from. Oh man, Chris Haynes, our buddy Chris Haynes, Charlene's Beauty Supply in Elk Grove, reports that the Phoenix Suns have informed Chris Paul he will be waived, saving the Phoenix Suns $15 million of his $30 million contract. And now that has sent everybody into a what happens with Chris Paul? Of course, the Lakers are going to come back up. I see people at 95.7 referencing him to the Warriors, which is absurd. Jesse propped up a little bit and said, "Hey, well, does Boston work?" And Chris Haynes followed his original tweet up with another tweet that said, "Chris Paul has no plans to retire. He wants to play a couple of more years, and he wants to help somebody contend for a title." So that narrows the team down. That narrows the teams down quite a bit. Could Los Angeles be a destination for him? Could either of the Los Angeles teams be a destination for him?
I think you brought up the Clippers. I wasn't even thinking about the Clippers, but maybe.
Yeah, I mean, why not?
I look at.
I don't know that it'd be choice one though.
No, I look at Chris Paul and I think it's finally time for him to play with LeBron James.
Okay,
that they've been circling that obviously for a long time. I think it's finally time.
Okay, so let me ask though. Isn't this the Russell Westbrook thing again?
It could be.
Don't you want LeBron James with the ball in his hand? Don't you want him don't you want him essentially being the point guard?
Maybe LeBron doesn't want that anymore. He knows, where he's at in his career, and he's got some things to think about now, and maybe
it's amazing. LeBron just got done thinking. Right after Chris Haynes' tweet, LeBron is done thinking.
So I'm saying maybe he's in a different spot in his career where he's willing to give up the ball a little bit more.
What do you guys think about Philly? Let Harden go to Houston. You run it with CP3, Maxey, and Embiid.
That'd be good. I could see that.
Yeah. Yeah. Expectations be pretty big.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a
He's
championship.
got options, man.
He does.
Got options.
It's, again, because if I understand how this works correctly, he can sign for whatever he wants to.
Mm-hmm.
Like, because it's not the same, but it's like equivalent to a buyout, right? Like he could sign for a league minimum deal because he's getting $15 million from Phoenix. He could sign for $10 million or $15 million or whatever to still hit that $30 million marker, or depending on what the team has to offer. Like he could sign for whatever he wants and still know he's making $15+ million.
Right.
Which has to be, again, because I get if you're Chris Paul's made plenty of money in his career, which we could do the Chris Paul career earnings game, but still to go from a perspective $30 million to $2 million, that'd be tough.
Right.
But that's not going to happen. Like at the very least, he's going to get 15+ whatever he signs with this new team for.
Do you see him going to the East Coast though? I feel like he's a West Coast guy. Like the Bostons, Phillies.
Where
I don't know. I think he want to stay in LA and all this.
Something just hit me. His family lives in LA, right? He's 39 years old. Like, let him be with his family. He's probably going to LA.
Yeah, I think he's
either of the LA teams, but probably the Lakers.
Yeah, I think he's going to the Lakers. And the good thing about him, at least for the Lakers, is because of what you just talked about, he doesn't have to like break the bank. He could be cheap on their books.
And right.
And they can sign whoever they need to sign.
And I'll point out, like, I want to elaborate what I just said. Like, his family didn't go to Phoenix. Like, they stayed in LA. Like, he's been away from his family. I think he talked about that. It was either in an interview really, really, really late in the year, or like a podcast. He talked about it somewhere. And I thought, oh, that's got to be tough.
Yeah.
Like, they didn't move with him.
Yeah.
And so he's at the point, like, he might be able to finish his career in LA.
I agree.
Career earnings. Really got to get some theme music for this. Chris Paul, 18 seasons. Just for fun, we'll say 19. We know he's getting 15. I actually think it's 15.8. 15.8 in 19 seasons for Chris Paul, just counting the upcoming year. 19 seasons. Highest earning year 2021 when he made $41.3 million. $41.3 million.
Great.
Chris Paul's highest earning year, 19 years, counting this upcoming season. Career earnings for Chris Paul is what?
How many seasons again?
I'm counting this upcoming season because we know we got this money on the books right now.
I'm gonna
19 seasons.
I'm gonna put him at 280.
308.
Jesse, uncharacteristically low, but still the winner. 370.6.
Wow. Wow.
I was really lowballing those like the Hornets contracts he was getting.
The Hornets. So what I should probably do is start referencing where they were drafted. That might help. He was drafted number 4 overall. That could help set the tone for those first couple of years' earnings. The most money he made with the Charlotte Hornets was $15 million. And then he obviously went on to make some money with the Los Angeles Clippers, with the biggest money coming from the Phoenix Suns. And counting the 15.8, it's gonna be more because he'll sign for something. We don't know what, but yeah, $370+ million for Chris Paul.
Good for him, man. Good for Chris Paul. And Phoenix, I don't know what now. Phoenix would still have question marks even if they decided to keep Chris Paul, but I'm not sure what they got going on now. And this is, and this is really, really early, right?
Frank Vogel's like, huh? What? I was planning on him coaching half the season.
This is really, really early in the situation, but this is, one of those things where, we always say, oh yeah, well, Phoenix is gonna be better next year. We don't know.
No,
we don't know if any of these guys are gonna be better.
Maybe Chris Paul want to light the beam.
Well,
I mean, we can talk about it.
Trying to get a championship, come here.
Hey, it's a place to do it.
Yeah. Would you take Chris Paul here? So he wouldn't do this.
He wouldn't.
But say Toronto says, okay, I know you're not gonna do Keegan in a 24, but would you do Davion in 24? You get OG, you go sign Chris Paul as your backup point guard.
You're right. He wouldn't. But yes, I would. Like Davion in the 24 is ridiculous. Like there's no chance.
I'll get you Marcus Smart. Call back to last week.
Davion 24 and Rashawn Holmes.
Well, it would have to. Rashawn Holmes has to be in the deal because you need money somewhere. So he's in every deal that involves every player. But at that point, you probably have to send at least at the very least one other pick because you're asking them to take Rashawn's contract back for 2 years.
Yeah, which you can't.
Right?
You can't.
2 years? Yeah.
I don't think you can send the pick.
Well, you can and.
They would be like, we're gonna draft
the play. Yeah, I guess you do that.
You can't even. Well, actually, you can draft. You can do it this year and then send. You can draft for them this year, and then send like 26 or something like that.
So there it is. That's what we'll do. We'll draft for the Raptors, trade Davion, Rashawn, and whoever we draft, and whatever.
Then they get the first round pick in 25. I think it is, or something.
I think it's 20. I think it would be 20. Because
next year
24 goes to, but you can't trade 2 years in. So would it be 26?
26 is the one. Yeah, you can't trade 2 years in a row. It would be 27, I think. Or excuse me, 26. You're right. 24, 25, 26.
Okay. So we fixed it. So we did it. Monty, call it in. Look, James is already here. James, we did it.
I don't know if
we did it, James.
I don't even know if I'm willing to do that.
What are you talking about?
I just proposed it. I don't know if I'm willing to do that.
Why would you not do that?
Hey, Chris Paul.
Okay, so you guys can't trade 24.
We did it, James.
You can't trade 24. You can't trade 25. You can't trade 26, and you can't trade 27.
Wait a minute. Wait. Why?
As of today, because of the Stepien rule, you have it's a top 14 protected in 2024. That means that you can't trade, and it goes to a top 12 protected in 2025 and a top 10 protected in 2026. Because of the Stepien rule, you can't trade back-to-back picks, which means you can't trade 26 or 27. That means that the closest one you can trade is a 2028, and now you have access to your 2030. So you can trade the player that you draft in 2023. You can trade 28 and 30. You can also go to Atlanta and try to negotiate just for them to take 24 off your hands without any questions, like an unprotected 2024.
Well, do that.
Well, if you do that, then you have access to your 25. I mean, your 26, your 27, your 28, your 29, and your 30. But only every other year because you can't trade back to back.
Tell West to call his buddies in Atlanta and say, "Hey, dude, you can have it."
And look here,
I don't care anymore.
That damn Stepien rule. If I want to get rid of all my picks, I should be able to.
Go full. Like I want to do whatever I want to do. Yeah,
if
like
I
I'm
never want to have a first round pick again. That should be my prerogative.
Stepien rule should be you can't get rid of 6 straight picks. If I want to get rid of 5 straight picks, let me do it.
Yeah. Well, and this happened in the late 80s where they I think it was the Bullets at the time decided to just trade away all their picks, and so they had to put a ceiling, and that's why you see there's a ceiling of 7 years that you can trade within. Now, like we can add this to it. Like you can put stipulations in that if you do have the 2025 pick, if you still have your 2025 pick, then you can do a pick swap, right? So you can add in pick swaps as well, which is sort of what Vlade did in 2016 when he traded away Stauskas and Carl Landry and Jason Thompson for nothing, for just empty cap space. But he gave up a future first and let me think, was it 2 or 3 pick swaps? One of which came back to bite the Kings when they moved up to number 3 in the 2017 draft, and then fell back to number 5 where they drafted De'Aaron Fox. That was part of that. And then the year after they drafted Marvin, they didn't have a first round pick, which again, that didn't hurt them because they barely missed the playoffs. That was, I think, the 39 win team. And so they were like the 13th or 14th pick, which ended up being like Denzel Valentine or something.
Valentine?
Or maybe Romeo Langford. One of those. Yeah. Something like that.
Romeo Langford. Shout out to Jesse.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app, as you are well aware. Our 1320 Kings insider, James Ham, with us here. Hammer, what do you think about the news Chris Haynes broke just a few moments ago? Phoenix has informed Chris Paul he'll be waived, and now he'll be a free agent beginning June 30th.
Yeah, I think it's one of those weird things that if we look back, we're probably going to wonder why it is that that the NBA Players Association and the NBA renegotiated to remove the clause from the contract that, you know, players over a certain age aren't allowed to have certain specific contracts, which Chris Paul, as the president of the Players Association, helped change. And then all of a sudden he starts making all the monies well after his 34th birthday. So that's one thing. My biggest takeaway is that Chris Paul is still a serviceable player. He's still a game changer for 20 to 24 minutes a night. But you can't trust him in the playoffs because of injuries. And it's unfortunate for Chris because, you know, he is a tremendous player. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer in my book. I'm not a huge fan of his antics and his game. As far as like the silly things that he does, because I think a lot of times he becomes dangerous to other players by, you know, doing like the barrel rolls on the floor and stuff. But you do have to respect what he's meant to the game, how he is one of the great leaders in the game, and that Phoenix just got worse. Phoenix doesn't have a natural replacement for him. If they were smart, they wouldn't have drafted Jalen Smith and a couple of years back, and they would have drafted Tyrese Halliburton. And now they would have their natural replacement for Chris Paul. But I think it does hurt the Suns, especially during the regular season. And they've got a lot of work to do, and they don't have a lot of contracts, a lot of financial freedom to go and do anything major. And they have a bunch of holes in their roster, just like a lot of other teams. And like Chris Paul is a Western Conference guy. I wouldn't be surprised to see him stay in the Western Conference. And that means that at least one team that may have been like on the fringe of being really good now has another chip that they can add to their arsenal, whether that's the Lakers or the Clippers or the Pelicans.
Kings.
Or the Kings. There we go.
Would you take him on the Kings as a backup point guard? I don't know if did you hear the trade we talked about before you came on? So
no, I just heard you guys messing with a bunch of crazy stuff. But go ahead.
I was trying to get OG Anunoby here and to sign Chris Paul. That was the point.
And what I said was Davion 24 or whatever pick will make it work. But Davion 24 for OG, and then you sign Chris Paul as the backup point guard.
Yeah, I mean that's actually like financially it's possible. You do Davion and Rashawn, and that would get you enough because Rashawn makes 12 and Davion makes 5. That's 17. OG makes 18 point something. Maybe his contract goes up to 19 this year, but it doesn't matter. That's within the 20%. You can make that trade and still have a bunch of cap space to go and like if you want to bring back Harrison Barnes as your third forward, you could still do that. You would still have your mid-level exception in place. You would still have your biannual exception in place. So you easily could do something like the biannual for Chris Paul, or part of the mid-level exception for Chris Paul and for Sasha Vezenkov, and then add players. I don't know what Chris Paul is going to like gain on the open market. Like, I'd be surprised if he isn't more like a minimum level player at this point as far as contract. But the way that the new CBA works, a bunch of teams that are over the luxury tax just lost their mid-level. So they don't even have like the taxpayer mid-level at $5 million a year to offer somebody. So it really does kind of knock the wind out of the sails of some of these guys.
Well, I don't think Chris Paul is a league minimum player, but the fact that he's making $15 million from the Phoenix Suns this year, I think it was $15.6 million from the Phoenix Suns this year, will allow him to sign wherever he wants to for whatever he wants to.
Yeah, so does State Farm commercials, who thanks for State Farm for backing out of California. So everyone now is looking for new homeowners insurance. But Chris Paul does he's making tons of money there. He's making tons of money all over the place. And this is a player who's made, $400 million in his career, something like that, something crazy. And so I don't think anyone should feel bad if Chris Paul at age 38 needs to take a league minimum contract somewhere.
And that won't be Sacramento.
No.
That will likely be in Los Angeles.
I think it'll be
one of the two Los Angeles teams.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it's in Los Angeles, if that's where he ends up, just because it makes a lot of sense. It could also, don't count out New Orleans. Would he make sense in New Orleans?
Count them out. Yeah, I'm going to count them out. Yeah, I just honestly think he wants to, at this point, especially for the amount of, he just wants to be with his family in LA, like the LA teams like work. Why go to New Orleans? Like, that's not a good situation right now.
Well,
yeah, but could you make that a good situation?
Hey, have you checked on the Zion Williamson news from today? Are you going to write an article about that over at the kingsbeat.com?
I will not be writing an article on
a whole different connotation to the Kings Beat.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that guy definitely, he can't play on the court, but off the court, clearly he's got game.
He's got game. He's an all-pro.
He's all pro.
Yep. All pro over there.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, man.
This seems to be hinted at. Jill just sent me something. Is there, and I don't know the rules to this, it doesn't seem possible. Can he sign with Phoenix for a smaller contract?
Oh, I don't know.
Given the fact that they owe him $15 million.
If he can, that's a glitch in the matrix. If he was able to sign with the Suns.
It doesn't seem possible, but
also,
I don't know the rules.
Yeah, that's a good question. I'd have to go back and look. I don't think he can. I think if they opt out of that deal, because he is getting paid, that he's and the other thing is, I think that if he goes to another team, he's not going to make that money as well. There's probably a clause written into that contract that if he
that can't be right.
No,
that can't be right.
15.
Like
he might get straight cash.
It's guaranteed. Like isn't it like a buyout? Like that's guaranteed money. Like his contract was for 30. If they cut him, it was only guaranteed for 15. He's
but he's getting 15, but there's NBA offsets, so it's possible that if he gets $5 million from another team, that $5 million doesn't go to him. It goes to the Suns to pay off the part of the $15 million. So there is, like, a lot of contracts have NBA offsets. So if you go and get another job somewhere else, that money comes off the books. Now,
hey, kiss my ass! You fired me. You ain't getting my money from my new employer.
Yeah.
Isn't that what happened with Ben Simmons with Philly and Brooklyn?
Well, no, they wanted. I don't. Didn't Philadelphia want their money back? They're like, this didn't work out. We want our money back for this guy.
Something like that. But I remember it was something I do remember hearing something about
They went to some sort of I don't know
Brooklyn. Brooklyn was like, oh man, yeah, we'll find out in a second.
Yeah,
But I
there's
feel
no
like
way.
Brooklyn
because
was-
remember he sat for a year. Like
Mhm.
he did not play. Like he was like, I'm not coming to work.
Yeah, that is
So
what
I
it
think-
is. You
I think
trade
that
for a
was-
contract. Yeah, you trade for a contract. You trade for a contract. That's it. It is what it is.
Yeah.
And they have to pay it. The only way you can get out, you can do like an injury settlement. And so if he's never going to play again, that would be one thing. So this happened with, the Kings had Sharif Abdul-Rahim, and he played out, I think, 2 or 3 years of a 5-year deal, but his knee went bad, and so they did an injury settlement. He retired. If he would have come back, all of that money would have hit the Kings' salary cap again, but he didn't come back, which is something that did happen, or at least attempted to happen with Darius Miles. If you remember Darius Miles, they retired him on a medical retirement, and then he tried to make a comeback like 2 or 3 years later. If he would have come back and made it, all of the money from before would have come back and hit the previous team, which would have been like tremendous, like a big time weight that they couldn't have like avoided. That would have been like a bad scene.
That's confusing.
All of it's confusing, and like, to be honest, there was a time where I was so fresh and on top of all of the salary cap stuff, and it was something that I love doing. But when you end up writing as many stories as I have over the last, specifically the last 3 years I was with NBC, like you fall behind on all your study. And so normally I would know exactly what the offset or what, Chris Paul could and could not do once he's out of that contract. But I'd have to go back and look and just touch up on those sections of the season.
Yeah, it gives me a headache. When we talk about numbers like this, it just
makes me
a
I'll watch the games.
Yeah. I like that aspect of it, though. I mean, it adds wrinkles and to sort of the conversation all the time. You can't just go out and, especially the trade machine became like the devil, because everyone's just out there making these trade ideas, and most of the trade ideas that they're making, even if they somehow pass through the trade machine, they're not legitimate and they won't work. And so you have to kind of set people straight on occasion.
Everybody hates the trade machine.
It's horrible. There's 2 things I hate: the trade machine and who says no.
Who says no?
It's 2 stupidest things ever.
Or the trade machine combined with who said no.
Oh, they go hand in hand.
I could catch a stray I could hit someone with a stray bullet right there that's renowned for his who says no based off of trade machine stuff. But I won't. I'll be nice.
Chris Paul going to sign a deal for $2 million, and Gabe Vincent going to sign one for 15. That's going to be a wild moment. That's going to be a wild moment.
Yeah.
James, who would you max out? Gabe Vincent or James Harden?
Oh, like who? I would.
Who? That was that a Bill
Ryan
Simmons question?
Russillo's.
Ryan Russillo. That's right.
I think I would pay more money for Gabe Vincent at this point, but
It's almost universal, right? Like nobody wants to pay James Harden that money.
Yet he's torn.
He's torn between Philadelphia and if I'm Philadelphia, I'm like, brother, let me help you decide.
yeah.
I heard
Where's the big giant button?
I heard it's beautiful in Houston. Don't mind the traffic there. Go there.
Yeah.
Go there. I heard they got great clubs there, James.
Great
You
club.
know.
You know he a lot of clubs. Man.
He does like the clubs.
He does love the clubs.
That's right.
Yeah. So this is just the beginning of a whirlwind here with this NBA off season and Chris Paul and all these other people going anywhere. We keep trying to figure out how to get the Kings to another level, to that championship level, because we feel, this could be a wide open NBA season, another wide open NBA season. Is there a realistic move, in your opinion, that gets the Kings into that championship conversation?
I mean,
I don't know if there is one.
I'm not going to say that the Kings are one move away from being a championship contender, but I mean, yes, if somehow Kevin Durant walked through that door, they're a championship contender. Like that one, sure. you know, there's a handful of like superstars that if they make that move, it's over and the Kings are a championship contender. But for my money, I would say like the safest bet to become a legitimate top of the Western Conference title contender for the next 4 or 5 years. And I mean, you're going to have to work out contracts and everything else. To me, the perfect fit guy, and this is not consensus because there are people that do not believe this, but I think it's OG. Like that's the guy where I think he's been undervalued where he's at. And like the way he can change your defensive mindset would be incredible. The fact that he's very similar in offensive player style to Harrison Barnes. He just has like a really, really high end defensive quality to him. And not just for himself, like he's not just a great individual defender. He's a great team defender as well. That's the one guy that I think makes you a legitimate 2, 3, 4 for the next couple of years. He's only in a contract for one more season, and then he has a player option for the year after that. You can negotiate a contract with him this summer, and he's a player that, you know, I think his contract is moderate. I think it's right around, and I want to say it's right around 19 million. But you remember the NBA just passed this rule that you can go out and work with these contracts, and you can do 140% of his contract as a starting salary. So again, he's making 18.6 million. He's got a player option at 19.9 for the following season, which is below market for him, but is 140% of 18.6. Is that worth it? And would he take a contract extension like that, where we talk about Sabonis and say, hey, there's no way that he's going to do that. But like a starting salary at 26 million for OG Anunoby with 8% raises every year puts him, you know, at like a, I don't know, 4-year 110, 120. That's probably fair for him. That's probably a good market value for him. And that's something that I think, you know, teams that are going to shop for OG, it would be with the idea that they would probably be able to have a conversation with him before about the potential of extending him for like basically a trade and extend. And so we'd have to see if it would work out. But again, that's a player that, like what we talked about before with Sabonis, if you have cap space, if you're the Kings and you have cap space, you could use, you know, $3 million of your cap space to put a salary up at around 21.5, 22 million, and then have his 140% based off of that number going forward. And so there are ways that you could actually get a player like OG. You have to decide though, like you're all in on this roster if you make a move like that. And then what does that mean for, you know, the Harrison Barnes, Trey Lyles? You know, would Toronto even consider taking on the second year of Richaun Holmes? And I mean, how many first round picks is it going to cost you? Because I would say it's going to cost you your first round pick this year, the player who they want you to draft at number 24. It's going to cost you 28 and 30.
It can't be 3 first round picks. Like he's got 1 year left on his deal. I don't think it's 3 first round picks.
Well, the only way you would do that is if you already had a conversation in place where you knew you were going to be able to extend him.
Okay, fair enough.
And that's possible. So that would have to be an extension this summer, not like promises of what might happen next summer when he becomes an unrestricted free agent like Sabonis. The last thing you want to do is to have a really, really exciting 2023-24 season and walk into the summer with Malik Monk, Domantas Sabonis, and OG Anunoby all on all unrestricted free agents. That would be a disaster in the making and not something that you'd want to venture into.
Someone asked us this question. It was on the show, and I just don't remember if it was during the show or after the show. So I'm gonna ask it, and if I'm asking it again, like forgive me, it was a question in the chatty house, and it's gonna piss everyone off. But I'm gonna ask it because I thought it was an interesting question. Is OG Anunoby better than Miles Bridges?
Miles Bridges. First of all, yes, I think he is better than Miles Bridges. And I also think he's a better fit. Like I think Miles Bridges is fun as a player. I'm not touching him, like the off the court stuff. There's no way. Like I don't think you come back from that. And we hear rumor that he may or may not be in the league next year. All this stuff that Charlotte's ready to re-sign him. And every time that's come out, Charlotte's been like, wait, we didn't say that. So there's always been like that question mark. Is he ever going to play in the league again? And if you're the Kings and you want to keep preaching this, this progressive, agenda that they like to preach, you can't bring in a dude who did what he did as far as Miles Bridges. Now, if we're asking, is OG Anunoby better than Mikal Bridges? My answer is no. I think Mikal Bridges is a better player and would be a franchise changer for the Sacramento Kings. There's no way you're going to get your hands on Mikal Bridges. They just have no interest in moving on from him. And even you'd have to give up something for Miles Bridges just because he is a restricted free agent. And I don't know, man. That's tough. That's a really, really tough sell. And he would have had to have done everything perfect after the fact and been out in front of this and apologetic and all of these things that he just hasn't. We haven't heard from him. Like that's a problem. He hasn't. We don't know that he went through his 12-step program or all of the basic things that he's going to have to go through just as a human being to get free and clear of his situation. So yeah, I don't think if I'm the Kings, is it worth it? Because we're talking about a guy who hasn't played in a year and maybe doesn't fit exactly perfectly with what you're doing. He would probably fit, but I don't know. That's a tough one.
Yeah, I don't think he does fit. Like, is he a good ball player? I'm not so quick to say that OG is better than him the way everybody else does, but I know for a fact Miles Bridges doesn't fit here and OG fits a lot better than he does. So
yeah,
like you just can't. There's no need to. There's no need to. Like, there's other ways to improve. There's other ways to get to where you're trying to get outside of, signing Miles Bridges. And, you talked about it before. I do think somebody's going to sign him. Like, I don't think his career is over, but it can't happen here in Sacramento.
Yeah, that's always going to be the question. Can it happen here? And again, we talk about the OG thing. They may never trade OG Anunoby. He may end up in Toronto his whole career. This might be all conjecture and everything else. I'll just say, like, if you're asking the question, is there a player who I believe is a perfect fit? It's not consensus, but if I believe is a perfect fit, that's him. If I had to choose between him and Siakam for the Kings roster, I'm taking Anunoby. And again, maybe I'm crazy there because, people love Siakam. But, age-wise, Siakam's like 3 or 4 years older. You're going to run into that as like, you don't want to close your window quicker than it is, than it needs to be. OG kind of fits all of the basics. He shoots the 3-ball well enough. Offensively, it's literally, if we're talking about the whole maintain and improve, you basically maintain on the offensive end and you improve on the defensive end. And I was doing defensive numbers today and just looking when I was going through and writing a piece about what the Kings need this offseason, not what player specific they need, but what style or what positions of need they have. And Harrison Barnes is much better defensively than I think anyone thought. He was actually a plus defender this year, or right a little above league average. And to me, that was a surprise because he was horrifically bad last year. What did we talk about? He was in like the 12%. I need to look and see where he ranked overall, but like like his percentages holding players, whether it's from the 3-point line or 2-point shots or, inside of 16 feet, he was basically he held everyone under the league average for percentages in almost every area on the floor.
I would have never thought that.
We'll come back. Got a little update to the question we asked regarding Chris Paul and his potential future with the Phoenix Suns from our man Keith Smith. We'll give that to you. We deal with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino. Return here with James Ham on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh, man. Visser, yeah. It's a hell of a clip. Hell of a clip. How was happy hour, Hammer?
It was good, man. He's so much fun. He's got so much energy, and he talked about every single player you could possibly imagine, whether it was Lionel Simmons or, maybe he didn't talk about Walt Williams. That's interesting. Spud Webb, the Bobby Hurley situation and being there for that. Like everything under the sun. And then we had this great moment late when about 5 minutes before Gary had to go, and Pete Youngman dropped by out of nowhere just to tell Gary just how much he appreciated it and how much he absolutely thinks of him and Bill Jones and Jerry Reynolds as like the guys who helped make his career. Really, really incredible moment. And I know Gary was touched. Very like he started to get emotional, and then his grandson came in and he had to run. But it was a good moment. And then Pete stuck around and hung out and talked to a little G League and just hung out for a little while we fielded questions. It was pretty cool.
That's awesome. That is tremendous.
We did, in fact, have a freeze. I got kicked out of the happy hour last night.
Wow.
Which, again, it's a long story. The wife has let us all down with the internet. She stole my secondary internet box because I got the Verizon box just to be a secondary support. And her dad's power went out for a month, and we kept bringing him we brought him a generator and gas and all this stuff for 3 weeks. Well, his Wi-Fi was down and was going to be down for 6 weeks. So she brought him my box, and it worked at his house. And now I've lost my secondary internet box. So, yeah. Anyway.
Oh, Mrs. Ham, attorney at law.
Killing me, Smalls.
I'm glad it was successful despite the ham freeze.
Yeah, it wasn't we had a good crowd, but not a great crowd. I think just because it's Tuesday night, people are used to Wednesday nights.
Well, the notice, it was there wasn't as much notice too. I'm sure that was a big part of it.
Yeah.
But still, at least it was.
No, it was good, man. He was great. I just, what a wonderful dude he is. And his son is lead assistant in Dallas. He talked about Vivek and how Vivek pulled him down, let him sit courtside with him, invited him to sit courtside with him and MJ, his wife. So for his birthday, when the Kings came out of the All-Star break and played Dallas back-to-back games, his son Greg was of course coaching, and that was Gary's birthday, and they had Gary and his wife got to sit courtside with Vivek. Good time.
Very good.
With the cereal connection, man, you're always asking these same questions. You know what I love? Cereal connection. I love Crunch Berries.
Yeah, Manny's a little special.
And Cookie Crisp.
Crunch Berries. Cookie Crisp. Oh, Cookie Crisp. Yeah.
Captain Crunch was Crunch Berries. And Cookie Crisp. Those are my two from
Those are just cookies.
I ate a lot of Cinnamon Life. I never got sugar cereal. Cinnamon Life and Honey Nut Cheerios.
Honey Nut Cheerios is good too. I don't know what Cinnamon Life
Jesse is. Working the algorithm. Love to see it.
It just got mushy. That's what Cinnamon Life did.
There's cereal that's just crunched up Oreos.
That doesn't seem like it's actually fortified with 9 essential vitamins and minerals.
Not. Yeah, it does not. And there may be more to it, but it's an Oreo cereal. And it's like this. Why not just get a Box of Oreos.
Okay, so
used to be good, but they changed up like the cookies. It's not good anymore.
Oh dear, can't change up the cookies.
Sean, I did watch it. I enjoyed it. I think I might be the only one on this show or in this chat who watched the new White Man Can't Jump.
I'm in season 3 of is it Snowfall? Snowfall.
So
It's kind of a little raggedy in the 3rd season. I've got it. I had to take a break. It got a little off base.
So
wait till the Tiger hits Compton.
well, look here. Look, and I know it's a TV show. I don't want to ruin it. I try not to ruin it for myself, but I'm still in season 1. I'm about 8 episodes in. Is the theme is that he probably should have died like 400 times. He already should have died a number of times. First when he got robbed, then when he went to the Mexican drug house, then when the guy who he took his money back from saw him in front of his house. Franklin should have. It's episode 8. There's about 4 times he should have died.
Well, yeah, but that speaks to the game.
Hold on, Hammer. Hold on, Hammer. We're not going to disparage Snowfall, by the way.
I'm not disparaging.
I kind of felt
I
it.
know.
So,
don't do that.
Okay.
Don't do that.
Okay.
I enjoy the movie a lot.
Here's
the show a lot.
Here's one that we haven't talked about before. I finished season 2 of BMF.
I don't know.
It's not good.
This
The series isn't good. It's poorly acted. And what's dude's name? Lester. What's his name?
Who's Lester?
The dude who keeps coming back from the freaking dead.
No, that's crazy. No, that's crazy.
That so
That's
I'm gonna
crazy.
say
It's,
this.
oh man, what? Oh man,
It's
what
something
is
with
his
an
name,
L.
man?
I thought it was. It's not Lester.
I always forget, man.
I don't know BMF. I don't know that one.
It's
Lamar.
Lamar. Thank you.
No, that's
Lamar.
crazy, bro.
It's poor.
Like this
it's not
guy.
good.
This guy doesn't have any intestines.
No.
And he's running around beating everybody up.
I finished the series over. It was like, and I'm just like, I'm gonna see this through. This is not good,
Bro. How like the Donnell Rawlings character that always gets punked by him. Bro, you yell at me, I'm gonna sock you in your stomach and you won't be able to move.
Have you finished? Have you finished the series?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Donnell Rawlings did more than sock him in the stomach.
So I've got to the point where I have to look to see if I've actually watched the episode. So I'll see a show, I'll be like, hey, that looks interesting. And then I'll open it up and I'll be like, have I already watched this? And I'll look, I'm like, oh yeah, I watched every single episode. Yep. I'll move on to the next one.
Yeah, the second season wasn't
not good.
Wasn't that good? Although, I mean, it was what it was, though. It is what it was. Never going to be.
And you talk about someone getting like, how many times is T gonna die?
Come on, man. Come on, man.
This is
that's another one.
I think 50
they all
burned
should
out.
They all should have died about 5 times in that season. Yet they made it out, and they're now going to Atlanta.
Now they're going to Atlanta. Yeah, now they're going to Atlanta. Our buddy, who's here he is, Keith Smith.
Keith Smith
tweeted something to factor in with the Chris Paul impending waiver. If the Suns waive and stretch Chris Paul, they will not be able to re-sign him. That would last through the terms of the original deal, so through 24-25. If it's a straight waiver, the Suns could re-sign Chris Paul this summer.
What? Okay, so
now I'm gonna say one other thing.
Yep.
I feel like we know Chris Haynes pretty well.
Yeah.
I feel like I know where that intel came from.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't feel like the Phoenix Suns are in his future. I could 1,000% be wrong. The Phoenix Suns might have intentions, but I don't get the impression that the Phoenix Suns are in his future.
Break that down a little bit if you can. Like, why do you feel that way?
Well, I feel like Chris and Chris are. I feel like they know each other a little bit.
Yeah.
And he may have gotten that information from Chris Paul. Like he may have gotten information about Chris Paul from Chris Paul.
Yeah.
And I feel like if someone was going to allude to Chris Paul's future with Phoenix,
they would have mentioned it right there.
It might have been Chris Haynes.
Saying the door's not closed.
Yeah. Chris put multiple tweets out.
Yeah.
And there wasn't a door is like he said plainly. he's going to be a free agent this year, this summer.
Mm.
So again, it doesn't mean it's not true. It just means, you know,
I got you.
I'm leaning on Chris Haynes
Yeah,
a
I
little
agree.
bit with this
Yeah.
one. And if Chris Haynes mentions it, I'll put a little more validity into it. But if I guess Brian Windhurst is he's doing his now. Why would they do that thing? Hey, and he was on point last time.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I'll take Chris Haynes' lead on this one.
James, do you feel the same way that Phoenix is looking like a complete mess right now? It looks like
they are because like we're talking about like the potential for them to stretch and all that stuff. That even like it doesn't really even help them. So the salary cap's 134 million. It would get them like so if they take Chris Paul and his contract is guaranteed at 15.8. So we shave 15 million off their current $163 million payroll. That certainly saves them some luxury tax dollar, a lot of luxury tax dollar, drops them to 148 million. But they're still well over the cap. So it's not like they can go out and sign somebody. And if they stretch him, then you're basically taking his $15 million contract, you're breaking it up over 3 years because you get the stretch provision is 2 times the length of the contract plus 1 year. So that puts you at 3 years. So we're looking at like $5.3 million basically. So you would save about 10.6 million. But again, if we wipe that money off so now you're at like 138 million. So you're under the luxury tax, which might be able to get you your mid-level exception back, but you don't have enough like to make a meaningful bid on anyone is basically what I'm saying. And if you stretch provision him, you cannot use him in any way. Like his money's gone. Right. So it's just that stretch provision, that 5 point whatever million, it's just dead money that sits there on the books this year, next year, and the year after. And there's nothing you can do about it.
And it feels like if you release him, it's all gone next year because his contract wasn't guaranteed. He was under contract next year. I believe it was 30 million. But unlike this year where half of it was guaranteed, next year, none of it was guaranteed. Mm-hmm. So my guess is everything is gone next year. They're thirsty, and I believe they're frightened. That's my opinion on Phoenix. Is I think the gravity of what they did at the trade deadline to land Kevin Durant is starting to hit them a little bit. Like we have no future. We have a now. We don't even have a now. We have a right now. And that's it. And I don't know that they recognized that when they made the trade or if they cared. But, you know, now that the alcohol's worn off, maybe it feels a little like, oh, what did we do last night? And I think they're in a tough spot.
And even your right now is looking like,
oh,
I don't even know if we got enough right now.
Yeah.
We're supposed to be right now. We don't even have enough.
Well, like it's and that's the right now is the closest you have to being a contender because in 4 years, you ain't got that.
You know, here's the problem though. There's always some team that's willing to bail out these teams. So there's someone who's going to say, hey, we'll take Ayton off your hands and make all of a sudden the Suns will be a team that can get back in the running, that can sit there and be players and find the point guard, the small forward, like all the other positions they need. So they've got like Landry Shamet. No one should take Landry Shamet and his 3-year, $32 million left on his contract. Somebody will. That's the way it goes. Somebody always does. And so I don't know that to me, like there's a way that they'll escape and we'll all be sitting here like, man, that just doesn't make any sense. How did you escape? How did you get out from underneath that? And sure enough, they always do.
We did have a theory that, what was it? Dallas was going to go get DeAndre Ayton.
Mm-hmm.
And Phoenix was going to get Kyrie. That would be the swap. They sign Kyrie Irving and do a deal with Phoenix. Dallas would get DeAndre Ayton. You'd have DeAndre and Luka and go from there. Maybe Dallas, I doubt it, but you throw
That
him into
was
the
something that was thrown
conversation.
out there.
You throw that into the conversation.
Yeah, I remember I heard about that. That was through trade, though. Or no, maybe it was released.
sign a
I
trade.
didn't hear about that a couple weeks ago.
But
Dallas,
if you,
Ayton and CP3.
if you're Kevin Durant, do you sign off on that? Do you say, okay, I want to be his teammate again?
Well, and yeah, that's obviously an important component to this. I do
Maybe. What I said it earlier. I guess Kevin Durant seems to like Kyrie Irving more than everybody else does. Everybody else is like, I'd never play with him.
I don't think any NBA player says that. I think a lot of people like Kyrie. I think I don't agree with that. I think Kevin Durant really likes Kyrie Irving, the person. I do think there's a disconnect with the two on the floor. And I don't know if it's because Kevin Durant is frustrated with Kyrie not being around last year before all these deals were done. If it's, taking the focus off the, when you listen to Kevin Durant talk about Kyrie Irving, I think he makes it clear he loves Kyrie Irving. But I also, it also feels like there's something else between those two. And I think it has to do with purely the basketball perspective.
I don't even think that, because I think when he had his problems in Brooklyn, first thing he said was, we need to get Nash out of here. Like that was the focus of his issues. And then they got him out of there. They started playing great. And I think it became clear Brooklyn wasn't going to pay Kyrie. So they traded Kyrie. And then it seemed like Katie was like, all right, well, get me out of here then.
Okay, so
I'm with the basketball player either.
This is how I would look at it if I were Kevin Durant. You've got like 4 seasons left, probably, right? Maybe you stretch it out to 6, but even those last 2 are going to be pretty rough, especially your dude who popped your Achilles, who's had other injuries. Would you gamble on somebody wasting another year of your career? Like 25% of what you have left?
Well, you might not have a choice. Like if you don't get Kyrie, what you going to do? Campaign?
I guess like you got to figure out something.
Maybe this is what sat in my mind. Kevin Durant says he hadn't talked to Kyrie Irving since the trade from the Nets. Maybe that's the thing that was sitting in my head. That could be wrong. It feels like something, but I don't like he's made it clear about being able to separate things in the past. He being Kevin Durant, I think he loves Kyrie Irving. I think there's something off on the basketball floor, and I'm not talking playing style. And I think it's more of what James is kind of alluding to is the availability. If I'm the two of them, I'm the Spider-Man meme pointing at the other. Like,
we're
talking about availability.
But one of those is due to injury, and one of them is due to like just not wanting to play, not wanting to abide by the rules and wanting to be a contrarian. And the one thing I'll say that
I think it's
players love Kyrie. Like the players love him. Like De'Aaron Fox talked about it. Like there isn't a player in this league that doesn't love Kyrie and wouldn't want to play with him. They all love him.
Yeah.
And even the Dallas Mavericks, I know that when Luka was out for those 3 games, like they were like, what in the world is happening? All of a sudden we're getting the ball. Like all of his teammates were like, they got to play with Kyrie for the first 3 games after the trade without Luka. They were excited. They thought like, holy cow, this is the best thing ever. This is how basketball is supposed to be played. Luka comes back and they don't make the playoffs. They tanked after that. So you got a taste of the good life. And strangely enough, in this situation, Kyrie was a good life. I've talked about this. Kyrie was a Trojan horse there. And it's not for the reason why you think. It's not like you wheeled him in and he went in there and destroyed the franchise from the inside being Kyrie. He went in there and showed everybody how much better life could be like if you played with somebody like him. And they got a taste of the good life and we're like, okay, this isn't like, how do we function? How do we keep doing this moving forward? And so, yeah, I think it's really interesting what the dynamics are in Dallas. It's just totally crazy.
This from Sham Sharania. The Phoenix Suns have notified Chris Paul that they intend to find a resolution this offseason that fits the veteran star and the Suns organization, which could include parting ways. The Suns and Paul are exploring multiple options, league sources tell The Athletic, including a trade, waiving and stretching his contract over multiple years, or waiving and potentially re-signing him in free agency.
So you're saying there's a chance?
No, what I'm saying is, remember what we just said about Chris Haynes?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Where do you think this came from?
The Suns.
The Suns.
The Suns are like, hey, we got to control the story here a little bit.
Yeah, the message got loose, got away from him.
I have no problem saying this about Chris because we talked about it with him. This business that Chris is in, James, that you're in, is building relationships with people. And Chris has relationships with some of these guys that he's reporting on. And Shams has relationships with a lot of organizations. Just like, and somewhere Adrian Wojnarowski just left out in the cold of this whole thing.
Oh, no, he's on the phone with some agent somewhere, like figuring out the other side.
Yeah, very, very, very well may be. But
yeah, there's always an angle.
But point being, two very, very differently worded presentations of the same story.
Yeah. I think it's interesting too. Zebra PT in the chat. Sacramento looks quite stable by contrast. What a hoot. It's funny. This is the offseason where, again, you can go through every single team in the Western Conference outside of the Denver Nuggets and say they're in a more chaotic situation than the Kings. The Kings are stable. They have some question marks as far as like roster construction moving forward, but some of those can just be handled by paying guys that you already have on your roster and maintaining. Like, to improve is one thing, but just go down the list. You got the free agency of Russell Westbrook and the injury problems with the two stars with the Clippers. You've got the chaos that is the Golden State Warriors at this point with Draymond, with Bob Myers. You got the Memphis situation, which is just, I don't even know what to make of that, but that sounds like it's going to be, we were speculating it might be around 25 games. I don't think so. That's going to be much longer than that from what I can tell. And you just keep going down the list, like Minnesota still trying to figure out if Gobert and Cat can coexist and all their situation. The Lakers have like 87% of their rosters free agents. Like, who can they retain and who can they not? And how much can you rely on a 40-year-old, LeBron James going forward and AD? So I do think that the Kings are in an interesting situation. We didn't even talk about the Zion situation with the Pelicans. Like, stability.
Oh, about Zion?
Well, I don't care.
Go ahead. What's your take on the Zion Williamson news?
Oh, man.
Well, I think just straight up, he's got to be able to put weight on his foot. So before I even worry about all the other stuff
about his foot. Oh, okay.
Before we even talk about the rest of it, I mean, this dude with a Lisfranc fracture, who weighs 290 pounds and can't stay in shape, and he seems to be moving just fine. But man, the chaos off the court. But it's not like that's an NBA thing.
Maybe we found out why he can't put any weight on his foot.
There it is. I mean, this has been a thing in the NBA forever. So, I mean, people remember the Dante Green situation here in Sacramento with one person on Facebook outing him about a child, another one on Twitter, and all while he had just got married and had a new baby. It's not like this isn't the first time. And
these dudes need Olivia Pope, man.
They need to just calm down.
Well, that's a start.
Yeah.
Zion got too much damn free time on his hands. He's got way too much free time on his hands.
Yeah.
Jimmy Butler in these situations, he's got games to play.
Right. That's what, man. Zion, they've got some things to figure out in New Orleans.
Yeah.
They've got some things. Zion's got to get on the floor.
Yeah.
A basketball floor.
The basketball floor.
He's on the floor. He's on the couch.
He's got to get on the basketball floor. Let me rephrase it.
Somewhere.
He needs to be playing. He needs to be playing basketball for the New Orleans Pelicans. That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah. Yeah. Not good.
I wonder how long before that GM door closes and it's like, hey, we need to talk about this kid.
should be going on right now.
You think so?
Oh no, it should have happened last offseason because you already knew. I mean, that's why they came back with the crazy clause in his contract. He has to, what is it? His body fat and weight have to be combined less than 290. That's not good. Or his contract he loses tens of millions of dollars off his contract. So like, that's a kid that like, you have to wonder, like, how much does he love the game? How much is he willing to put into actually being an NBA player and getting on the court? And it's been, like the Liz Frank fracture. That's catastrophic for a lot of NBA players, especially big guys who carry weight. But like, it's not like the other injuries they're wearing on him too. I mean, this is a guy who's had health problems, and I just don't know how, he looks more at this point like Larry Johnson, how Larry Johnson's career fell apart. Very similar style of player, undersized power forward with gigantic hops, and just wasn't able to stay healthy.
And the conundrum of it all is, for about 25, 30 games, he was unstoppable this year. Unstoppable. He had the Pelicans in the 1 seed. He was unstoppable when he was on the floor, but he just can't stay out there long enough.
Reading all the tweets.
Yeah, he's unstoppable on the floor, in the room, on the balcony.
Something tells me he might be stopped, though. Something tells me he might have been stopped today. If y'all haven't seen it, you just all you got to do, throw Zion Williamson in Google and just click the New York Post story. Screenshots of all of the tweets. Nothing else but screenshots of all of the tweets. Oh, man. James, who you got tonight?
Denver.
Do I even have to ask who you got tonight?
Yeah, I don't think I'll ever pick the Heat to win a game. That doesn't mean they won't ever win a game, but I don't think
clearly.
I will.
Well, I mean, you had them in 5, so you had Miami winning 1.
I did say I don't think that's going to happen now.
The 5?
Yeah, with the way the losses happened. Yeah, I don't think Miami's losing 3 straight.
Is it crazy to think Miami gets it tonight?
Absolutely not. These guys, they could beat anybody.
God, Gabe Vincent going for 40 tonight.
Wow.
Like, my God.
It's a great series.
Yeah, it's hopefully we get something a lot closer to game 2 than we did game 1 tonight. And you can catch all of the action here, ESPN 1320, your home of the NBA Finals. We appreciate you so much for being with us. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the thumbs up, do all of that different stuff. If you're listening on the Odyssey app, if you're listening on ESPN 1320 AM, we're going to run it back for like 30 minutes, and then we're going to head out to game 3 of the NBA Finals. That's right here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Go Zion.
Oh, that's tough.
I need to read the post.
I'm happy for him. He's got the new baby on the way.
Better pray I'm not pregnant too, because I'm definitely late. Oh, man. I love this. This whole article, the New York Post has like all these screenshots and you not on my level, believe that. And then it follows it up with Williams played in just 29 games last season after missing all of last year as he's been battling a persistent foot injury.
Oh, man.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, you need segues there. Like,
I can't wait to see how it finishes. No spoilers. I'm finishing it at home. But Seattle was down 24-6 at the end of the first quarter with 7 minutes to go. They're up 6, 59-53.
Okay.
Fascinating.
No spoilers. You better actually finish it, though.
we still don't have a resolution with the A's, right?
I think they're doing something right now. I just saw some tweets on my timeline. I think there's something happening in Vegas right now.
Yeah,
I don't know if it's hearing or what it is.
They called the special hearing this morning.
Okay, they did. Okay,
but then it got delayed. They were, but they called a special session to deal with it. It got it was an hour late or an hour and a half late, and then it started, and then like 15 minutes later they broke for lunch. And then there was another hour delay. It sounds as if there are a bunch of people who are negotiating ways to get the deal done. But I don't know. I don't think we've seen the end of it, especially after the tweet from the congresswoman calling this like antitrust issue. Yeah, I think
you tell me if I'm wrong, James. You would know. This is just to get it on the ballot for the people to vote for, right?
no, they're trying to skip the people. That's why they tried to do a hearing over Memorial Day weekend when no one would show up. They've had like 76% negative comment rate. Yeah, like the people there are like, wait a sec, what are we doing?
It wouldn't win. They would vote.
No, they wouldn't get it at all. But I don't know. Like, I think this is like at the end of the day, if I'm Las Vegas, I back out because why would you possibly want John Fisher in your community? Like, I mean, you could say the same thing about Mark Davis, but at least Mark Davis has invested, right?
Mark that.
Well, but Mark doesn't have the money. That's
no,
usually,
definitely. Yeah, you're 100%.
Yeah, but when we're talking about the A's, why would you possibly want him running like the full-fledged major league, movie redux?
Well,
like
I won't be hypocritical. I said this yesterday. If Sacramento got involved and Fisher was still the owner, you do the deal. Sacramento's in a different situation than Vegas is, but you just get the team here and you figure it out. He's not going to own the team forever. You just get the team here. This is if in Sacramento threw their hat in the ring, this is their shot. This is their one shot for another probably couple decades to get the major league team.
Here's how
you can to get it.
Here's how I would respond to that, though. I'm not quite sure that that's the case. What Sacramento could be doing is saying, hey, look, we understand what's happening in Oakland's bad, and we'll put them up for a year and a half, 2 years, and we'll show you that we can be a major league city. And when the A's go to Vegas, it takes off one of the potential expansion locations, and it adds another market in Northern California where Oakland just lost, and the Bay Area, the Giants will have more control in the Bay Area. But maybe you can separate Sacramento and say, look, we proved we're a Major League Baseball city. Now, I don't fully agree with this, but I'm telling you that could be what, the A's potentially moving to Sacramento for 2 years is kind of like when the Pelicans moved to Oklahoma City for 2 years during Katrina to show that they could be an NBA city. And next thing you know, they're an NBA city. And so Major League Baseball could look at it that way, where they're like, okay, 90 miles isn't that bad as far as separation. We've got other, teams that are within that range. Plus, with the A's gone, now you've opened up sort of an area there where you might be able to fill a void in Northern California.
I don't think they're expanding, though. They're already at 32.
Yeah, maybe not. I don't know.
They're expanding. That's my whole thing with MLS. Like, I think they're tapped out. So I don't think you're getting MLS anytime soon.
No, MLS has moved away. They found didn't Warren Smith go down to like San Diego, do the same exact thing with their program and get MLS already, or he's about to get MLS? Like Sacramento missed the boat, and it's because they did not have a money guy, and that it comes down to like infighting between.
It was that damn Burkle. Burkle was all good, and then he backed out.
Yeah, whatever. You could never bank on Burkle. You learned that the first time.
Facts.
And let's be honest, Ben Gumpert, I love Ben Gumpert. He's a friend. He was with the Kings when the whole Burkle thing fell apart. He was with the Republic when they used Burkle as like a stand-in for a whale. And at the end of the day, Burkle, he's never proven that he's willing to put up the money. He doesn't own any major league franchise. So the problem that they have is that, the one guy who probably could help out and rally the troops and get you an ownership group here in Sacramento is Vivek. And I don't think him and Kevin Nagel are on the same page. And so you're not going to have that as like an easy.
Uncle V's going to go get the A's for us. Let's go. Let's go, Uncle V.
I would be fine with that, because I think that relocating a team from Oakland to Las Vegas that's like killing a franchise. It's over. Like, it's not like the Raiders where the fans can fly down for one game every, out of 8 or 9 home games. We're talking about like 162 games, 81 games at home. Like there's no way that A's fans travel and stay A's fans, especially with the way that they've been run into the ground by this idiot ownership group in Oakland and by Dave Cavall, who is just like a soulless snake oil salesman. So, yeah. So anyway, I think it's, there's always a possibility that you're able to do something else here in Sacramento. And I think if you were to move the A's to Sacramento, that's a compromise that is legitimate. Like you would bolster the Giants case in the Bay Area. You would lose a lot of fan base in Sacramento because a lot of Giants fans would become A's fans in Sacramento. It's just the way it goes. It takes time, but eventually you would do it. But it also would allow A's fans, a short jaunt up the road to come see games all the time. And I think you'd be able to build the vibrant fan base that you're looking for.
That'd be like Spike Lee, like Spike Lee, like Brooklyn getting the Nets.
Well, I'm gonna be like Spike Lee calling cut because we need to get out of the studio.
Got to get out of here.
Yeah. We love you guys. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.